Alright, I'm running a little late today, so things are a little messy. Welcome, welcome. We're playing more Phasmo. I don't know what's going on in this room right now. I'm very confused. Oh dear. Let me make sure I have everything. Okay, yep. Looks like that's working. Let me test it. Testing. Okay, it works. How you doing, Mike? Oh dear, this doesn't look safe at all. Looks like you're supposed to be able to touch it, but I don't know what to... Ew. The voice inside my head aren't other people? I think you're lying to me, Ben. They're definitely other people. Alright, let me fix my position. We'll get our dark mode going. Oh, right. Give me 1 second. I have a setting I gotta turn on to get all dark modey. There we go. That's the mood. The mood lighting. Let's see. Much better. What are you trying to say, Ben? You trying to say I'm crazy? I'm mad? I've lost it? You're not wrong, but you don't have to say it, you know? Your idol. That's a great question. I'm happy you figured it out. I find it funny if I just tilt my head to the side, the whole model goes. That's nice. Oh, because they updated it, right? Is it acting like I'm new? The heck? Or actually, hold on. We will set it to multiplayer, in case anyone does want to join.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
There's the code. I'll type it in as well. There's the lobby code if anyone wants to join. What's with the red circle thingy? I don't know what that means. Yeah, what's that supposed to mean, Ben? What's wrong with the cat ears? You got a problem with? Something the matter? Would I let giant pill bugs lick my house clean? No, that sounds gross. I don't think I'd like that at all. I think that about covers me. For all the stuff I, like, need. Ooh. Yes, and sorry I was running a little late today. I got a call from my parents. They were asking financial questions. They're not big on, like, stock market type stuff and, like, where they should put their money. They never really were into that stuff. Now they have it, and they're like, oh no. So they ask me all the questions now, which can be at inopportune times. Oh, that's how you solve the filth problem in RimWorld. You couldn't just clean the place? You'd rather have colonists giving birth to pill bugs? That's just preferable to you, Ben? God forbid you have to clean. Is your name Asmongold by chance? Oh no, the ad break already began. Ah, that'll be the one of the early ones. Better than happening mid-run. Alright, we'll find out what this blood moon thing is. Looks like I can't even do one of them, so that's interesting. Not really sure what the shtick is, though. Ooh, ad break's over. Have I ever tried getting cat girls to clean? Yeah. I will not elaborate, though. Alright. Okay, I'm guessing, at least for now, no one's interested in joining. That's fine. Alright. I have no idea how this is gonna go. I don't know what the, like, shtick is with the whole blood moon thing.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. No report this time. Be careful. You're going in blind.
I'm sure it's fine. I remember how to play the game again. Yeah, it looks great. The cat girls agreed that as long as only the cat boy is giving... Oh, no. No, the cat boys aren't allowed to do that. You're not telling me they're the ones who figured out Mpreg before the rest of the boys. What the heck? I know some people will be very upset at that news. Alright. Almost got ourselves unloaded here. This place looks not so nice. I'm a little worried that like it's gonna be not good when I go in there. Apparently pill bugs don't care. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's gross on a different level. Alright, so there's just like an orb. I don't really understand what's going on. I mean, I can tell that it's not good. There's like all these orby things. Wow. Oh, they must be upstairs. Your primary exports are what? Giant eyeballs and intense paranoia. I'm familiar with the second one. Ah, yes, the very important parrots. Yeah, I found a leg bone. Seems to be kind of cold in here. Not that cold. This room's kind of normal. Okay, temperature goes back up. Eyeball trees? I'm very puzzled. Not finding any rooms that are cold here. Not that that's a strict necessity, I suppose, but I have seen it all the time. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Really funny if that popped up while I was, you know, just about to get spooked or something. And by funny, I mean I would be really upset because getting drenched would not be good. Oh, is it right here? No, it just dropped a little bit. I definitely heard it messing with doors, so I'm gonna get the UV light. Oh, I have it already. Oh then. New eyes in your walls/furniture. Oh, okay. That doesn't sound good. Ben, why are you on a planet like that? Okay, I'm not finding any UV. What the heck? There's this thing, but it doesn't really do anything. Oh, that's new. Don't tell me. Okay. Oh, excellent. The lights are red. Okay, so we got UV. That's good. I'm not really sure which room is this. The ghost's room? Jeff the what? Oh. Okay, I'm not really sure where to go with this. Let's grab the other thermometer. dots there. And there. That might help me. It did throw some things, so this might come up as well. And the whole like blood moon thing is kind of crazy. I don't know why, I just didn't really expect Phasma to ever have something like that. Okay, so it definitely threw that mug. What's the temperature like? Oh, it's actually going up. Okay, how's it in this room? Kind of cold. Yeah, we're dropping. Okay, I'm thinking this is the room. Something's getting messed with over here. Yeah, we're only getting like a 3 on the EMF. So that's not a whole lot. God dang it. That thing was fast. Oh. Looks like I deaded dead. And so do scorpions, and scorpions, well, yeah, I guess they would, Ben. I don't like that, but yes, I guess they would. Ugh. Okay. Looks like there's quite a bit of changes here. Pitiful neck snapping. Yeah, that was me. I died. All right, let's try that again. I don't think that's a thing in this game.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Alright, we'll try going back in. That was broadly confusing. I didn't know if there was going to be like a new mechanic or something. There isn't. I just didn't know that. So I was like, well, what am I looking for? What's different? Nothing is the answer. Nothing's different. Nothing changed. Except I think the ghost might be faster. Like physically faster. You have to live with your failure and your haunted butt. Yep. You know, I don't think I want that. Oh, a head. A skull. I mean, that ghost was pretty active. Okay. Oh. Yeah, temps are fine. If anything, this is less scary because it's like, it's all lit up. There's nothing to... I'm not gonna get, you know, surprised by something in the dark. What did they mean by this? Giving us a not so spooky Halloween mode. Your haunted house is not supposed to be well lit. That's, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Next room over, maybe? God, that bear gave me a heart attack internally for like a split second. I just didn't recognize it. Ugh. Ben, what are you talking about over there? I'm not going to any house after a YIFCON disaster. That's just... That's far too much for me. More than I could ever hope to handle. Well, I guess it's around here somewhere. And what with this door open and all. Buzz buzz. I've been beduped. What was that? Tumbles the stair dragon is going to do to your... no, I don't think I do want to know. I don't like that it turned off my UV for a second there. What was that, Badoop? Let me check my Discord. Oh, okay, just stupidity. No worries. Is it in here? No. Oh, hello. What are you talking about? A T-ball? T? Huh? Man, he's just... This ghost just walks around this place like he owns it. Shit, maybe he does. I don't know. Is it colder in here or warmer? Sorry, I have to wait for ye old thermometer to hurry up. Or are they like the same room, basically? No, it's colder out here. Okay, so it's out here for sure. Hey, Pistafi. How are ya? Possession is 9/10 of the law. What's the other 10th? Documentation. Actually, that sounds about right. Okay, so we got dots. Yes, we're playing Phasmo today. If you would like to join, that is an open offer for anyone viewing. I will, between runs of course, post the lobby codes. Okay, so that's a 5 on the EMF. Not freezing temps though. Not quite anyway. The Halloween event? I have no idea what the Halloween event is. Oh god. I don't have a camera right now. Damn. That would have been super convenient. Sorry, I was having a heart attack there. Hi, Clee. I'm getting spooked now in the Halloween event that I didn't know was happening until I got here. I am solo though right now. I'm hoping some people will join sooner or later. Haunted Xenomorph 5? No, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any ghost orbs. Yeah, I don't have crucifixes yet. God. Oh. Yeah, so far it's spooky. That's about all I've got. I'm sure there's supposed to be something when you get all 4 done, but I am not even close to that yet. Can you tell us your name? Where are you? Uh-oh, I'm dead. Man. I'm not in my model. Okay.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I've been gotten by an Oni. They're very aggressive in the Halloween maps. And I don't have crucifixes or anything, so I can't really do anything about it. But how are you today, Clee? And how are you, Mustafi? I know you kind of mentioned that you're good, but anything new, anything exciting for you guys while I get this next mission going? And I'll post the code again if anyone wants to join. Feel free. I do want to bring a camera. Oh no. Are you telling me the farmhouse is technically simpler? I guess it is. It's just not as small. Oh well. Alright, if anyone does want to join, make sure you holler before you do. That way I don't start without you. Oh, Puppy had vet appointments. Oh, everything turned out good. That's good. That's good. It sounded like Puppy was doing better, so. You have work early? Oh no. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hi, Yoshi. How are you? You want to join me for some Phasmo? Oh, you've been lazy. More work? What do you mean by more work? Are you talking about Nikkei, or are you talking about, like, work? Work. Oh, no. That's just misery. Your actual day job, yeah. I've been lazy lately as well, but in my defense, we're like between things that we're doing. And so they're like, yeah, just like help with the other stuff.
Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
Motion sensor. I don't even have a motion sensor. Remember, your team escaped the ghost during a hunt. Witness a ghost event. Okay, I can do like one of those. Realistically. But yeah, we're kind of in between things, so it's like, yeah, I mean, I should do more work, but if I pick up more than I should, and we start doing that next thing pretty soon, which we should, then I'm gonna be like, you know, overloaded. I don't want to do that. So I'm kind of in a weird spot where there's not a lot to do without it becoming a problem. Oh no. I'll warn you guys, the ad break is in a minute and a half, so yeah, if you have something to do, now's a good time. Oh no. The evil ad break. Yeah, I have them set to the minimum, but you can't turn them off, and that really annoys me. I can't just be like, nah, it's fine. They don't need ads. Twitch says, no. You need ads. Yeah, you would know. That is true. Although it's a lot less ads than you get like watching TV or something. And I mean, I don't know how others feel about these things, but like, if hypothetically I were to notice that I got nothing from ads for a stream and I know people were on Twitch, I personally would not be concerned. I don't know how that happens. I don't know what the mechanisms are, but I have seen it. And I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm sure that's healthy and safe. Why do they kill their hosts? You know, I feel like it's probably not a perfect match for using humans as hosts, Ben, so that's probably where the issue is, you know? Grab that in case we need it. Oh, it's up here somewhere. Probably in this room. Is the ghost in the room with us right now? Well, touch the door anyway. The Catholic Church has an official lolly? Huh? Is that what I've been seeing go around with some religious guy looking at a little statue? Is that it? They finally committed to the bit. Dang it. I was gonna get a picture. Snap, that's going in the cringe compilation. How do you pronounce that? Well, I mean, she can't be the lolicon. That's not how that works. left the shower on. If it's the lolly, then it's like then it's just the lolly. The lolly con would be the one who's into it. Wasted water, the water bill and drought and everything else. Huh? Is that the real horror of it? Yeah. Imagine a Californian looking at that, like having to deal with the idea of wasting water. Anyway, I can just leave my tap running. Can you write something for me? I'm happy you like it. I appreciate the compliment. Oh. My artist gnome would be very happy to hear that. No, it's top to bottom. Still. Did I miss something? Okay, that was a lot of EMF all of a sudden. You don't have your... yes, I can talk about the model more when I'm done here. I'm trying to actually win one of these, and man, it ain't easy. I just want to see what happens when you actually succeed. I had like a 4 earlier. But yeah, if you have any questions about the model, feel free. I'll answer those. What are you trying to say, Ben? You trying to say I'm like stupid or something? Because you're absolutely right. Okay, so we have UV. Can you write something in the book? No, I run away. Is the model part of the new Dollhouse VTuber? No. No, it is not. And really, I'm surprised you'd ask. You should know what's in that one. I know you, Ben. I know that you know. Ghost orbs could be like anywhere in here. I mean, it's not yet. No. I mean, technically, I guess, but it won't ever be, I don't think. I don't think Gnome would be okay with that, to be honest. Jesus Christ. Oh, send help. Where put the camera? Oh. Okay. I couldn't even see it. Ouchie. I am of die. Good day. Man, these are so active. And I'm usually getting like 1 or 2 clues and then dying.
Welcome back. There's some jobs waiting
Stolas?
for you.
Who the heck's Stolas? I don't even know what you're talking about. Skip. Right, so the model. That actually, the entire model design was largely a rough concept that I had in my head. I found some very vague references that were similar to it. I handed that to my artist, gave him a very long description, and I got what I got, and I'm very happy with it. I believe the link, yeah, the direct VGen link is in my bios as well, if you wanted to check out the artist, if anyone's in the space for that sort of thing. I do recommend. Of course, there's tons of great artists. VGen is just a great resource for that. One of the greater Lords of Hell. Yeah, I'm not very good with them. 9-foot tall owl that is 90%, 95% legs. Yeah, I can't say I've ever met the guy. But yeah, actually, Mustafi, did I show you guys the full model? All the things that it does? The fancy lights and whatnot? Let me see. Is it here? No, that's the egg. That's that. That's the jacket. There it goes. Yes, lights. It has lights. Red and blue. I quite like them. All right, I'm getting pranked in the in this mode here. I'm not having an easy time. Right, we'll bring a motion sensor just in case I get that challenge, I guess. But yeah, if you could get me in contact with the Greater Lord of Hell to help me out with these ghosts, that would be super helpful. All right, we're gonna give this one more shot. If I still fail, we might just play something else. This is rough.
Before investigating. Whoever was here must have summoned the dead.
Let's dump this, and this, and this. I should also get faster about getting all the tools in there. Oh, you just go out into the woods, draw a pentagram, bottle of wine, lube, and finger food. I don't know about all that. I think you might have me mixed up with someone else. Flashlight and UV light. Yeah, I guess we'll just rock the thermometer. I kind of don't like the leveling in this game now because it did not bring my progress over from prior. So now I have to like earn the things I had maxed out prior. Back when I played it years and years ago. It's like, man, I already did the grinding for that. This is messed up. Oh, colder. No, I have not read my Encyclopedia of Demons. You're right. You're right, Ben. But why should I? What will it do for me? Yeah, making deals with demons is kind of a bad thing, isn't it? Is it colder in here? Oh, it might be. Might not be. No. Okay. Creek, creek, crick, creek. Oh, it's on screen. It's the chat from YouTube. I'm responding to Ben. He says weird things and it's hard for me to read them out while I'm trying to play at the same time. I apologize. If it was anyone else, I would summarize what they're saying, but... Or it would just be contextually obvious, but Ben is insane. So, he makes it a little difficult. So apparently all demons are formerly angels. I mean, yes, I'm aware of that. But that doesn't mean they can't learn things, Ben. They can definitely learn to torture. I don't know what you're on about. You're silly. Yes, I'll try to remember to summarize for Ben. Also, so you guys don't have to read it, because it's... it'll go on and on. It was colder out here, but now it is not. No, Ben, I don't think I would go around calling demons pussies, personally. I feel like that's just asking for trouble. Oh, it's kind of cold in here. Oh, there's a hand. Give me a hand with this, would you? Yeah, it's definitely this room. If not this room, one of the ones attached to it. Alright. Let's do some checking for UV, since it's getting all feelsy with everything. Okay, nothing with the UV. So apparently there's a demon with a lion's head with 5 legs around it like a wheel. Ben says, what is he gonna do, roll me to death? Yes. Actually, yes. Yes, he will, Ben. I work with guys who could do that, too. What's our temperature looking like in here? Oh yeah, real cold. Chilly, even. Come on, do what I want you to. There you go. What was that? Oh, that's gonna be a hand mark on the window. Let me just verify it. If I can. Huh? What do you mean? It definitely put its hand on the window. I don't know how I'm not seeing a handprint. And apparently if you want a demon boyfriend with some chonk, you talk to Behemoth. Okay. Sure, Ben. Whatever you say, buddy. So show of hands, who wants to date Behemoth? Anybody? Any takers? I hear he's quite large. Take that key while we're here. Oh yay, spirit box. What was that? Something got moved. Oh, I can't get over to it. So I can't find out if it's a 5 or not. Okay. Alright, looks like no takers for Behemoth. Sorry, Ben. Snap? That's going in the cringe compilation. That was like a 4.5. Uh-oh. It's very active. But that was a 5. Okay, so that's... we're good. No UV. Okay, EMF 5. Quick, mace the ghost. Yeah, I'm sure that'll work. Oh my goodness. I don't have enough time. I'm just getting deleted. Ouchie. My face. Okay. Alright, you know, maybe the Halloween event isn't good for solo play. Alright. I think I'll call it here for this game.
Welcome back.
Good night.
There's some jobs ready for you.
I'm just getting dogged. Alright. Then the question is, what the heck am I gonna play? I'm not playing Phasmo. I have some options. Okay, I have Buckshot Roulette. I have the Card Shop Simulator. I have web fishing. That's a thing. Let's see. I was considering playing Bannerlord at some point for a stream. Not sure if that's good for a shorter stream like today, where I'm gonna have to get off at 10. What else? What else? God will serve him as the most delicious main course in the history of food. Okay. That's a statement. That is a sentence, I think. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, we could do Card Shop Simulator. I didn't actually get to play that much of it, so we'll do that instead of suffering through more failed runs. Let me just set some things up. Card. Yeah, that'll work. I just gotta change the name. What shall it be? I'm not going to play Pokemon Off-White. What does that mean? Ben, I need you to explain that. Because that didn't make any sense to me. Okay. We won't need the dark mode. And... or game. Your game. It's a new version of Pokemon. I've never played a Pokemon game. Can I admit that? Will that not get me drawn and quartered if I say that out loud? I just straight up haven't played. Unless you count Pokemon Snap, I think it was N64, where you take pictures of Pokemon. I played that one. But otherwise, I've not played any Pokemon games. Not for any length of time, anyway. Let's see. We'll get some music going that is not the TCG Sim music. Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Okay. I mean, if I was going to play anything even vaguely Pokemon, I'd probably just go boot up Palworld. Because that's like more in the vein of what I enjoy. Okay, here we go. Okay. And it'll even tell you what music is playing. Well, some of you. I don't think it goes to YouTube. I apologize, but I cannot fix that. Palworld does get boring super fast. It's like you play it once and then you're kind of done with it type of thing. Okay, I did play a little bit. Just a little bit. kind of got my store organized a little bit. But there's still plenty of room to keep going. Got some nerd trying to buy things. Epic. Thank you for your money. Uh-oh. We got Stinky in the house. Neko Arc Poker. What are you talking about? Are you talking about music, Ben? Or are you talking about a game? Or Is that a song? Hold on, I have to Google it now. Neko Arc. Oh, it's one of those. I think I'm good for now. Maybe later. Did I pull a shiny Charizard for you yet? I don't think I've pulled a shiny Charizard now. I'll keep trying though. When I get one, you'll be the first to know, say. Just wait until we unlock the adult entertainment room. Ah, yes, of course. As we all know, all card shops. Oh, what do you mean I hate you? I can't choose to pull it for you. I don't get the option. They don't give me that. I could try harder. I'm sorry. I do believe in the heart of the cards. I do have some other cards you might like. I got these. There's just no Charizard, you know? This one's kind of close to a Charizard. Like, we're getting there. It's fire type. This one's just really cool. Oh, I have customers. $9. More of a Fennekin, I guess. Oh god, he smells. Wait, that's not the right thing. We aggressively make sure our customers do not stink. I hung up my foil yiff bait. Well, listen, you gotta get the customers in somehow. There's like 10 card shops on this block. Somewhere around here. You're a Blastoise whore. Oh. I see. You like it, you like it like that. Okay, I respect it. Exactly. Wet, hard, and round. That's what I was trying to say, but, you know, I didn't want to just come out and say it. You know. There's a big old drill. That's an option for you. Not worth nearly as much, though. You mean Dockies as in Dakimakura, as in a body pillow? Yeah, you do mean a body pillow, Ben. Okay, understandable. I mean, body pillows are nice. Not gonna lie. Oh, they're full. What do I need? Some of those. Some of these, some of those, some of that. Maybe some of this. Green, looks like. Have you played this, say, or not yet? I only recently started following quite a few people, so I'm not familiar with what everyone's played. I have so many empty shelves, I just don't know what to put on them yet. More deck boxes. Gotta have a good box for your deck, you know? I mean, what's the point if you can't put your deck in a box? What are you going to do when you draw the $5,000 holographic Fox Mommy? Keep it, probably. I mean, what are you supposed to do with it? I should get more of those. I'd like to get these, but we can't do that yet. Do I need more of those? Yes, I do. More of these. Let's get 2 of those while we're at it. Boop. Hi, X-Max. How you doing? Yeah, you're a little late. Just earlier, I was playing Phasmo and I was like, I'm getting dogged by this Halloween event. I'm gonna change games. What should I do? I asked about web fishing and no one was here to tell me to play that, so now I'm on Card Game Sim. What a real fan does with it on YouTube. Oh, do they put it in a jar for safekeeping? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Yeah, you missed your shot. Your one opportunity. Sorry to say. Let's see. Wet fishing. Slurp noise. Okay, so we need red and blue, I think. Although, that's probably unnecessary. They're not close to empty yet, so I'm gonna not do that. Okay, that'll do. Well stocked now. Just gotta get these put out. I have quite a few of these. These card sleeves. I kind of wish you could put them out a little bit faster, but is what it is, I guess. Cards out. Select your partner. Well, that's why it's all smash or pass, right? That's all the Pokemon content I see is smash or pass, you know, tier lists. It's just like, I don't think this is what they meant when they made Pokemon, but you know, here we are. Or pass? Question mark. Are you saying they're all a smash, every single one of them? Is that what you're trying to imply, say? Oh, I was pulling from the wrong list. That's funny. Is there anything else? Can I even put anything else really on the shelves, or is it about full? There's the regular card sleeves, but I don't really feel like selling those. Might as well just sell the nice ones, right? Just choose your partner from this big ass pile of legal consent. I don't trust that sentence. That sounds like there isn't any. That makes it sound weird. I popped into someone's stream the other night. I think they were playing the demo. And when I came in, I saw them doing this. Just loading everything by hand one at a time. And I watched for a little bit. I kind of let it, you know, like maybe they'll figure it out, right? But after watching for 10 minutes as they did that, I had to just go, okay, I'll I guess I'll say something. Explain to them that you can unload from the box. So it was a little painful to see. Shattered one of your teeth in clench? I don't know what that means exactly. But Professor, do the Pokemon want to be partners? Oh yes. Some can be quite aggressive. Messed up that first word on the second one. I wasn't sure what voice I wanted to go for. I can't do Professor Oak. I know I can't, so I gave up after a word. Alright, let's let these heathens in. My shop is closed. I know, I was just reading chat and having fun. It's okay. I was aware. I'm just very easily distracted, Mika. If you all were talking to me enough, I would just not play the game. I would just sit here. So I'm far more interested in talking with chat than I am in playing the game. Ooh, big spender here, $100. That's relatable. I'm sorry, what did you just say, Ben? You've never heard of Vulpix say... Yeah, I'm not reading that. Y'all can read that yourself. Awful things about a Vulpix. The twink curse of just wanting to be a just chatting streamer. Yeah, I mean, I figure as I get more viewers, that's kind of the plan, is to shift more towards that. I mean, always kind of... Oh god, we got a stinker here. Oh, the stench. Yeah, you said it. You said it. Hey, people buy these things like they're going out of style. Would I open packs for a picture of you? Huh? Are you saying would I buy packs and open them to try to find a picture of you? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Possibly. Wouldn't be the first time I bought cards, so you know, maybe. Could be. Depends. I do have to figure out like a hand cam setup. I don't know how I'm gonna do it though. But I have Nikkei cards, and I'm sure eventually there will be more of them. So I do want to stream that whenever I do open them. Also, there might be a stream tomorrow. I should just tell you guys that. Depending. Might be. No promises. It depends on if the information about the new Nikkei characters is finalized by like 6:30. So about 30 minutes before stream. If I know for sure that I'm pulling for whatever the new ones are, then we will be streaming the polls. I mean, if there are any big ones, then we'll be doing it anyway, but I'm just saying, if it's first day that I find out, that's when we'll be doing it. Wait, Sonichu medallions? What are you talking about, Ben? Oh, I know what you're talking. Gross. He touched one and it made him violently racist. I don't think that had anything to do with it, but yeah. This guy is so stinky. It's like trying to dodge me between the aisles here. He's buying a lot of stuff, though. Yeah, wow. And he has exact change. Well, I guess I can overlook the stinkiness for paying with exact change. One of these, he says, grabs 10. Awesome. How did the rest of your ghost tricks go, Say? I got to watch some of it, then my parents called and I had to deal with that. But I didn't get to see too much of it. Did you get stumped at all? I know it's kind of like a puzzle game-ish. Sort of, kind of. More narrative than puzzle, but there's a little puzzle to it. Should get some cards to pull from while I'm sitting here. Can I? No, not yet. Actually, I can get red. Sit down here. Yeah, here we go. Red. How are we on dice? Could use red dice and blue dice. Red, blue. That's expensive. Oh god, she's smelly. She's stinky. Okay. Oh, wait, what did you want, ma'am? A card? Here you go. I'm so good at giving change. It's great. Truly a talent. Something worth noting. Not very good at stocking shelves, though. I have no idea where I am. Oh, just more cards. Okay. Set those over here. Never mind, Stinky's here. Gotta deal with him. That's a lot of deck boxes, dude. Oh, one too many. There we go. Here comes another buyer. You know, I could get the first guy to run the register, but it says he is super slow at it, and I kind of don't want to deal with that. Because that will definitely hurt me. Okay, we're all on the shelf now. Fantastic. $3. There you go. Any blue? Yep, one. Counterfeit Yif bait cards? No. What do you mean counterfeit Yif bait cards? What does that even mean? I don't think this game has counterfeiting, Ben. $72.50. This isn't a card making station. This is for packing up a bundle of cards. Why are you so criminally minded there, Ben? Glued onto cards feel good. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think so. I don't think anyone would buy that. At that rate, you're just better off making prints and selling those and not counterfeiting. Yellow, blue, blue, red. I do find it interesting that you're so knowledgeable on it, though, Ben. I play Jessica Rabbit in seduction mode. What do you say to that? Yeah, good luck with that. I don't think the judges will allow that in competition, but I could be wrong. 32. I will say, I think a Smasher Pass on the Pal World Pals would be a lot more interesting than with Pokemon. They definitely put some bait in Pal World. Man, I got customers. There was an inappropriate furry card game that was so cringe not even furries would play it. That's quite cringe. You have to really push the limits for that. How did they manage that? It sounds like it was just not a very good card game, if I'm being honest. Because people will play anything, especially if it's 18 plus. It just has to be good. That's the thing that everyone usually falls off on, you know. They forget that, you know, you can't just sell the drawings. You gotta add something. You gotta bring something to the table. A real offering, if you will. Yeah, probably just a bad card game. The commercials. There were commercials? What do you mean? I feel like you're gonna end all this by saying like, oh, it was Digimon or something, and offend everyone. Ooh, $20. Korathian. Ben says, why haven't you gotten the Odor Stalker 9000 with queef detection technology? I thought you all just needed to hear that in full. The complete message. You know, Ben, I don't know why I haven't gotten that one. I'm still working on it. I think I can get something like that, though, unironically. Yeah, here we go. The AutoScent M100. Yeah, we'll get one of those. It'll save me the effort. You just load two of these bad boys in. I think I need to get more spray. What do you mean off? I don't think it's quite called that, though. What do I have bills due? Yeah, probably. All right, let's see. Is there something better than the AutoScent? There's an AutoScent G500. And there's a T1000. That's pretty crazy. You can get a trash can. Do they have an apocalypse scent? As opposed to storm. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't think they do, Ben, but... You know, you let me know when you find that. Ganon, as opposed to Canon. Okay. Get some cards out here. It's a weird furry. The T10,000 actually inserts anti-smell hoses into the victim. What do you mean, anti-smell? What is it going to do to my customers, Ben? And is it legal? That's probably the most important question. Oh, here's more furry bait. Hold on. I can't. How do I take it? There we go. That'll really bring him in. Another one. That's all you're gonna tell me, Ben? I won't have to worry about their odor anymore? That's it? Oh, where'd that go? What is that? No. This thing is almost empty. All right, let's just empty it out over there. 5 sets of blue dice. All right, whatever. Just gonna empty these out onto the shelves. It's like, what's the point? What's the point of holding it on? This is just my miscellaneous shelves. Clean up these boxes. Awesome. What's this guy doing? Hi, Clee. Welcome back. We're playing card game. Yeah, I was having a lot of trouble with Phasmo. It was really getting me. It was really doing it to me. It wasn't super scary, but it was frustrating because I couldn't get anywhere. I was achieving nothing. The Halloween event is definitely not built for solo play. The ghosts get really active really quickly, and then I don't have enough time to use all the tools and mess with all the things. So I said, maybe not right now. Maybe if someone wants to join me later or something for it. But doing it solo is not going to work out. So now we're opening cards. You're seeing a lot of smash in these polls, Ben. Ben. So the Claw Avenger, right? That's for you, Ben. That's what you're about. I think you might have missed it, Clee. I may stream tomorrow. We'll see. It probably won't be a full stream. Oh. 150 bucks. Nice. That's pretty good. It depends on all that stuff. Oh, your friend is back. That's good. But yes, it depends on whether the new Nikke characters are worth pulling. Well, rather, whether we find out if they're worth pulling as of the update tomorrow. I don't know if the event actually starts tomorrow, though. I have to look. Maybe. I have to check some things. If Yoshi was here, he would know. Ben says, you never had a crab job before? Their mouths have hands inside. That's scary. That's just scary. I don't like that idea at all. I'll pass on the crab job. Oh, it's empty now. That is scary. It doesn't make it any better, you know? The fact that it's a crab in the first place is kind of worrying. Like they got those snippers. They're gonna give you the snip. You little grab. People really turn anything into a job. Yeah, they will. Evolves from Two Frost. What's its name? It doesn't have a name? Yeah, I got a different application, let's say, for the background music. I was having issues with the prior one. It was tagging things that should have been okay as copyright, which is really annoying. So I was like, I need a new solution. So now I got one, and I think it's better so far. More music too, a lot more music. Flory, is she very cute? Pixabay? No. Pretzel? That's, I didn't look into it as much as I would like to. I was just like, I need an option before Tuesday. So I tried this out and it seems fine. Tons of different stations and stuff for different things. I wish you could get something like this for, let's call it more like popular music. You know, the stuff I actually listen to. I wish I could play some of those, but they're worth too much money. They said we're too good for you. Where'd Say go? This isn't Charizard, but like, it's as close as we're getting. Finally, someone who isn't talking about, huh? I mean, copyright has good reason. Some of it overstates its, like, welcome, but I get the point. What am I not talking about, Jesse? What's everyone talking about? Did I miss something? Was there news? I notoriously do not watch the news. Ben, what are you talking about? Asmongold finally cleaned his room and they found his ex-girlfriend. Hold on, I need to toggle something on Pretzel here. It's kind of spamming chat. Because the tracks aren't that long. There we go. Let's turn that off. That's a lot of messages. Everyone is talking about? Huh? Taco insurance? What? What's the cheapest cards I've got here? No, that's not what I wanted. Just underneath a pile of Aspen Funko Pops. Oh my goodness. Well, that's how I know Ben's messing with me. If he's not, I mean, I don't know, that's kind of just funnier, isn't it? Your school is stupid? I'm confused what you mean by taco insurance. I've never even heard of that in my life. Do I sell this one? Do I already have one in here? I do. Yeah, I'll sell the second one. You don't like tacos, Clee? What's wrong with you? Did someone hurt you? Do you want to taco about it? Ben says, in quotes, presumably to imply Asmon said it. Well, I told her it was a load-bearing Funko. And that's exactly how he'd say it, too. That was a joke, by the way, Clee. Do you want to taco about it? You want to taco about these nuts? I see. Not interested, sorry. I don't want to talk about those. Looks like I need more card packs. Let's get 2 of those and 2 of those. I'm gonna pay the delivery fee, you know, you might as well. That's your first time making a D's nuts joke? Welcome. Welcome to the party. Whale Lord is actually the size of a school bus. That's not very big for a Whale Lord. IMO. I mean, it's supposed to be a whale, right? Like, why is it so tiny if it's a whale? These nuts is too straight, man. I don't know, I like when they actually get creative with it and there's a whole, like, brand new joke. Yeah, a brand new D's nuts. But when they're not, like, if it's not a new joke, I kind of don't get it. You know, repeating the same one you heard 15 times, like, okay, what's the point? It's technically a giant balloon, huh? Is that smelly guy still smelly? I see. Okay, so it takes 2 shots to clean someone. Did I hear that thousands of acres of cashew farms were destroyed by the hurricanes? I did not hear that, no. You're excited for Halloween? I'm happy to hear that, Clay. I don't really think I'm doing anything for Halloween. I think at the office we're doing pumpkin carving. Very exciting. I'm a little sad that I used my sick day for today and not Thursday to avoid that, but... SMH, stinky over there. Are you doing anything specific for Halloween? You don't want to get wet with your coworkers. You know, I'm gonna be honest, it's almost all dudes. So yeah, I'm gonna go with no thanks on that one. The pumpkin carving should be fun. I'm not down about that. It's more the expectation that it sounds like they want us to like have some kind of outfit. I'm thinking I'll just dress a little more business-y, less casual-y, and then I'll say I'm the tax man, and that's the scariest thing ever. I do have good luck with dudes. That's true. Yes, I do have good luck with dudes. It's not really desired, but, you know, that's just how life goes. Yeah, being straight really holds you behind. For me, it does. Do I know how to cheat at pumpkin? What? At pumpkin carving? No. I've probably carved like 2 pumpkins in my life. I gotta put this somewhere more more capable. Maybe there? I don't know. I have not sold a single pack. That's crazy. Yeah, if I wasn't straight, then they could just hold my behind, and that would be, you know, that would solve the whole problem. Go to a local gas station, get a mock-up of one of their badges. What? I'm confused by that one, Ben. I think you might need to revisit that sentence. There's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm not getting out the archaeological kit to dig it out. Try there, maybe that'll work. Just be gay, you know? That's a strong argument. There we go. That solved the smell problem with that guy. You know, honestly, if I could just be gay, that would be great. That'd be really convenient for me. Unfortunately, I have not found the trick for that. Oh, use a stencil? No, I think they're like bringing the pumpkins and the carving kits and will be like expected to just work with what we have. So I can't like... Yeah, I don't know what getting my skin wet will help with that though, but I mean, not the first time I've been asked that. You never know till you don't try. That's true, Clee. I've thoroughly considered it, don't worry. You're not single for as long as I've been. And not consider that. Like, really consider that. Be like, maybe. No, can't say I am. Get the pumpkin. Oh, okay. So it's not like a wet t-shirt thing. Got it. I guess I'll keep my shirt on. Easy money right there. That card was good. If you don't try it at least 3 times. You know, that might be true. That might be true. Although I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to try it 3 times, you know, like say Gex and Sesbian Lex. Yeah. That's a common one. That's really funny. Yes, they were using this to get me to try stew again, but when I swapped stew for penis, they were no longer on board. Yeah, that people will be that way. It's not really gay if you don't tell your parents. Ben. I don't think that's how that works. Okay, it looks like I'll need 2 of the sprayers if I want to actually make sure these people get sprayed when they're smelly. It's not gay if you don't wear socks. That's like having a cheat code. That's like the no homo trick, right? You just say no homo and then it's just not gay. Is that how that works? You know, I personally don't like socks, so really this is just confirming to me that I'm had to readjust. My feet are cold. I'm on the 1st floor, so when it gets cold, like it is now, my feet get very cold. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the guy in front of me right now, Ben? If you leave your socks on, you didn't fully commit. Same for straight and gay. Oh. Okay. Well, the thing is, like I said, I don't like socks, so we're gonna be committing if I do anything, you know. It's all or nothing, is what I'm saying. I didn't even notice that guy, Ben. I'll keep an eye out. Yeah, I'm either all in or not at all. That's really where I'm at. And I have yet to meet a single man who has convinced me to commit, so I don't think they exist at this point. And not for lack of trying. We got a stinker coming in. I think I'll need to order some cards again. Maybe date a femboy. I don't know. I've never had a femboy hit on me except for, I think, Naishu. And that's just a little weird. There's a chance. I mean, maybe 1 in a billion, but there might be a chance. I don't know. You do have to be conscious for it, Ben. Otherwise... Where's Yoon at? I don't know. Where is he? Why does it matter? Last I checked, Ewan was not a femboy. Yeah, I don't really do one nights. That's not a thing that I aim for, Clay. I think I've had one that you could technically call that, but that wasn't the plan. That wasn't what I wanted. You an ex-dancer? No. I don't think so. You gotta hit, oh, I have to hit on femboy? Yeah, then that's not happening. I think the closest I've ever gotten to that was when I didn't realize it was a guy. And I was like vaguely interested. Then I saw other pictures and I was like, oh, never mind. Moving on. That's about the closest I've ever gotten. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there was a possibility in there somewhere. Ben, what are you trying to say? You're in whose walls? What? Huh? Better not be mine. They're full of spiders and stuff. Heart wants what the heart wants. What? Huh? You're worrying me, Ben. And $20 is $20. I've turned down $50, so $20 is not $20. I mean, it is, but it doesn't... You're not convincing me with that argument. What are you talking? I'm so confused. Wait, what are you talking about? How's that doing? Oh, it needs a recharge. Oh no. You raise giant spiders in your bathroom for fun. That's concerning in a lot of ways. How are we doing on dice? That looks okay. Okay, these are full. Excellent. I have a lot of money. That's good. I like having a lot of money. Looks like we need green right now. Pray to be gay. The opposite of pray the gay away. Is that what we're doing now? For despair? I mean, that would make more sense, at least to me. Be like, oh yeah, okay. But for fun? Why? Okay, we have those. What did I need? Green deck boxes. That's it. Everything else has at least 8. Pray the gay in. Yeah. Golden silk weavers. It's completely... I don't know that I believe that, Ben. They would just be making bulletproof material out of it if that was true. Upgrade it straight away. There you go. Yeah, I'll let you guys know when that works for me. I'm not really convinced it will, but we'll see. Is there any like new products I could maybe stock? Booster packs. That's where I'm at. What about in here? Just the card sleeves. Collection book. Takes thousands. Oh, okay. So it's like not worth the effort. That's what you're saying. Anything else here? Does not look like it. There's comics apparently, but whatever. There's figurines. This headache homophobic AF. What do you mean, Klee? How does that work? I want plushies. I have no idea if they're worth it, but we're selling plushies now. Olivia Rodrigo. I don't remember her specifically. I'm really bad with names though. If I heard the music, I'd be like, oh yeah, but just by name, no, I don't remember that. Like I recognize the name, but I don't remember the music. Oh, any inconvenience is just immediately homophobic. I understand. That's understandable. I don't know that it makes sense, but you know. We're gonna open some cards. Gotta fill out that display anyway. I gotta make excuses for my Gamba. For my awful habit. Oh, there's a tour movie? That's pretty cool. Ooh. Oh, Ben. This one's just for you. I have no idea if this one's actually for Ben, but this is somebody's thing. But yeah, a friend of mine today reached out. I hadn't talked to him in not quite a year, but it's been a while. And you know, he was like, "Oh, how you been? You don't like bears?" Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ben. Sorry. I won't turn them your way then. Maybe that's more of a Klee thing. I don't know. I'm not really in tune with all that. But yeah, okay, so that was for Klee, my bad. So yeah, my friend reaches out to me. You know, asks how I've been doing, how the new job is. You know, I tell him, you know, job's been okay, a little rough here and there, but not awful. Then I mentioned, you know, I've been streaming, and he's like, "Oh, send me the link." I'm like, "Oh, maybe I should have kept my mouth shut," but you know, we'll see. He hasn't responded yet, so I assume he saw that and went, "Yeah, I'll check that later," and maybe he'll just forget. But I was clear to him to not tell my family, because that would be weird. I don't want to have to try and explain to my parents what all this is. What if you're him? I don't believe that. You wouldn't know who Ewan is. Or rather, he wouldn't know who Ewan is. So yeah, that's unknowable knowledge from his perspective. He's a femboy. He's definitely not a femboy. If anything, he's a bit of a fuckboy sometimes. Sometimes. And really, that's probably not quite the right word. Himbo, maybe? Maybe not even. I don't know. He posts thirst traps. That's all I can really say. I know he posts thirst traps to his Snapchat. You always ruining things. I mean, you're the one who brought him up earlier. If you had said nothing, it would have been a, well, could be. But he wouldn't use the letter S either. I know the guy. He's not one to run a sophisticated ruse. I know he would come in here and his name would be like Wolfie or something, and he'd have some edgy profile picture, and I would just know that it's him. He wouldn't even have to say anything. Yeah, I wouldn't call him a fuckboy, because like he does care. Give me his Insta? Nah, I don't think so, Clay. For one, I don't have it. For two, he's aimed at women, so pretty exclusively as far as I know. Actually, I don't even know if he has an Instagram. Is he a boy and does he fuck? That's not how that works, Ben. That's not what defines a fuckboy. Otherwise, almost all men are fuckboys. There'd be a very few who are not them. That would make me a fuckboy. And I detest that label. I mean, that's true. I don't have his Insta, and furthermore, that would be doxing myself. So, not gonna do that, regardless. Because his life is pretty openly online. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a new thing. Maybe I'm too old. Back in my day, most guys were at least had gotten something by the end of college. But you know, I'm an old boomer now, I guess. It seems so hard to not be one now. I feel like if you really if you just want to get rid of that label, right? That's probably not actually that hard. Just a thought, you know? Is that what that is, Clee? I had no idea, and I wasn't really concerned with it, because I'd never met someone who I was romantically interested in who was like, oh yeah, I'm that. And I'm more of a learn as I go type of guy. Yeah, that sounds like awful in dating, right? You tell someone that, and if they're not a match on that, they're just gonna be like, never mind, bye. Which, I mean, that's totally their right, because, I mean, if that's a, something you're there for, sexy boulder. Yeah, if that's something you're there for and then your partner's like totally disinterested, it's kind of like, well, clearly not a match. But I don't think there's that many people who are actually like that. And that's where that issue comes up. If a lot more people were like that, it probably wouldn't be that. My least favorite food? Oh, I'm not even sure what to answer that with. Least favorite? There are things that I've seen but not eaten because I know that I would hate it because I can tell just by the consistency or texture. There's definitely quite a few like that. Anything stringy or what would it be? I'm trying to think of what other, you know, like details are very specific. Mainly stringy. Anything stringy, I can't do. Mushrooms. I can't say I've had like mushroom explicitly, like as a food directly, but I'm pretty sure I have eaten mushroom and not like lost it. I think if it was a main component of something though, I would not like it because I have noticed that it is a little rubbery. Yeah, rubbery is another thing. Like any like cooked fat, angel hair pasta, it has to be cooked right because it's not stringy. Like if I can chew it and it'll break apart, that's fine. But like let's say I've had this a few times with 'cause I generally like green beans, but occasionally I'll get some green beans that are stringier. You know, maybe I reheated them one too many times. That sounds gross, but I wouldn't know if I like it or not. That's the thing. If I haven't tried it, I can't tell you. But yeah, like overcooked green beans that are stringy, and it's like having a hair in your food or something. I'm not into that. Can't do that. If it feels like a hair in my mouth, I cannot. I'll like gag and choke and ugh, hate it. Asexuality is kind of like that, only for some weird reason you crave such feel like you need to eat the food, but you hate it every time. That's crazy. That sounds very unfun. It's like chewing a rubber glove when you chew intestines. Well, I mean, that makes sense. They have to be very elastic and movable, so. It sounds like they do have the urge, but not the interest in a way. Yeah. That sounds about right from what I would expect. Tripe? I don't even know what that is. Hi, Croissant. How are you? Been a minute. How you been? Everything holding up? AK-47? What? What about it? Shoot. I don't have an AK. What are you talking about? Well, I do, but we're not talking about that one right now. And that's not technically an AK-47. Okay then. Huh? M1911. I do like an M1911. I can pull it out. I don't think it shoots though. I haven't gotten that animated yet. Who am I shooting, Croissant? Yeah, I am strapped. Demon Helios, where is he? Point me at him. Get some rich customers in here. Have you organized a kids' night? You know, Ben, I haven't done that yet. Lee, you read a book and a guy guilted his girlfriend into riding a gun like a... Oh, in that way. Yeah, that's weird. That's very unsafe. You shouldn't do that. Comment what now? Ben is on something as usual. Yes, Croissant, I need more context for who I'm sabotaging. What's going on? What's happening? You did something? Okay, so basically, yeah. I do prefer the basic version of the story. From Titty Talk? What? Just unload and empty the chamber first. If you have a front, yeah, if you have a front sight, which most do. Yeah, I don't know. That just all sounds like a terrible idea and very dirty. Like that's like the oil and the just don't do that. Just don't do that. You're just asking for problems no matter what you're doing. Don't do that. Hi, Bo. They're talking about putting a gun in, well, where the sun don't shine. Yeah, that is not cool. I agree. One of your calming streamers named Azakap is streaming with a person named Demon Helios in Fear and Hunger. Oh, okay. And I need you to ensure that Helios gets bad coin flips so that run can end fast. I will wish it into existence as much as I can for you. What's the like? Do you just not like this other person they're playing with? Or are they like not your vibe? You had to sit on your boyfriend's lap during a car ride like a dog. I mean, as far as relative scale goes, I mean, I'm just saying, you know. Literally just riding on someone's lap, like actually just like in a car ride. Not weird. To be clear. Not enough seats in the car. Bo is like 5 foot nothing. Actually, no, I think he might be shorter than that. He's very short. Yes. He's actually scaled to a dog size, so it's fine. Get you a present after. Not what was meant, but yeah, whatever. Anyway. Yes, Croissant, is that other guy not your speed, not your style? Clee, no. You don't do that. That's wrong. There are other people in the vehicle. Just do a little trolling, a little tomfoolery. I mean, if there was some way I could, oh, she. Okay. Yeah, if there was some way I could sabotage them for you, I would. Trust me, I would. But I'm not sure I can do much more than wish for you. Due to how women get bigger scales of viewers due to men's lust. That's a true thing. That's very real. I've lost tons of people. I've noticed, you know, like numbers will jump up by like several people. Because I don't know, YouTube recommends me or something, right? Because YouTube's weird. And that number almost immediately disappears. And I'm fairly certain it's people coming in. Then I open my mouth and they're gone. Because they're like, oh, that's a guy. Moving on. I can't simp for him. Which, I mean, I get it. That's fine. But it is funny that it's just like... All you gotta do is have a certain set of hardware, and, you know, you're basically already winning. You just have to not screw it up. But then you have to, like, be into the things the guys are into. I think that's the challenge. You almost left when I talked. I'm depressed. Call me a soda stream, because that's soda pressing. Sorry, that was an awful joke. Clee, what are you talking about? Car sex seems awful. You get car sick really easily. So Hawk puke on that? Oh my god. What's wrong with you? Yeah, bonk indeed. Is X-Max bonking you? Is that what happened there? Bonk, go to horny jail? Who's DWK? I don't even know what that is. A poopy VTuber. Yeah, if you ain't got them mommy milkers, those honkabalonkas, the titillating titties, let's say. If you don't have some of those, for both of you. I was just reading what Clee said. I was in awe that those words came out of anybody. What was I gonna say? Yeah, the difference in retention on whether or not you have tits is basically massive. Which is fine. I'm cool with fighting that fight. I think Hawk Pua would be funnier and less contextual. Maybe the bulletproof vest hides something. It might. It might, Croissant. It might. Would you like to see what it hides? See, you say that, Clay. You wouldn't have stayed. That's true. But there's like probably 3 dozen other dudes who it's the opposite for. Because they just want to find a woman they can speak to, basically. I would not consider those to be the type of people that you should want as your first viewers, but beggars can't be choosers. Yes. Oh dear. Where'd the Stinky go? She already left. Good. Hold on. Which toggle is it? There you go. That's what's under the vest. So not much. You're not missing much. It all lights up though. So that's cool. Just double check that I did update the game. Okay. Yeah, there's a reason I keep the vest on, really. It's not very detailed. There's not much to show. Skinny queen. That reminds me, I should check in on VGen. I won't tell you what I'm getting done, but there's things coming down the pipe. Let me go to the white room. You think I'd get more people in the door if I just left that on? I should make those redeems to toggle things. Also, I just noticed that Ben sent a really long message about Bad Dragon. And I'm not getting into that. Your nails are really long, Clee. Just make sure you don't crack them. Things going down the pipe. Me on a random Friday. What? Huh? What does that mean? Thank you for the hydrate and the headpats. What do they mean by this? I say while pointing at Clee's message. Yeah, guys, my voice is kind of deep because I'm undead and the necromancer didn't fix my vocal cords after he was done. I don't see some of the long messages people send on YouTube. See it on chat, but not on YouTube chat. Weird. Yeah, if making money was this easy, cashiering would be a desired job. You're right. I mean, the money here comes from the cards, and let's be real, cashiers get paid basically nothing just because you can get away with paying cashiers basically nothing. Retired pony parody maker. 2.5 million subs even though he quit 10 years ago. That's crazy. Okay, I have money again, so that's good. So I need more card packs. No surprise there. Let's see, we'll just get 2 of those, 1 of these. What else do we need? Red deck boxes. You guys like my deck box? Yeah, this one right here. I think the rest is fine. How's this going? Good, good. And do we have anything new? Wait, pegs? Pegs? Yeah, pegs. What about it? Who doesn't just carry lube, huh? Yeah, like pegs from like Peggle. Who getting pegs? You're just scoring pegs. You're getting a score for hitting pegs. I mean, you're not wrong. The joke is definitely there, and that's kind of the point, is to have that joke, but all that joke stems from Peggle and Peglin. So it's kind of a play on that. No, I'm the pegging grandmaster. They gave me a trophy. The Peggle Institute gave me a trophy in pegging. Do straight people need lube? Sometimes? Question mark? Juno. Yeah, I don't know what Juno is. Okay. These are all full. All right, we'll move them over here. See, what I don't get is why am I a queen? That's the only thing that I'm confused about, really. You had to beat up your boyfriend, Bo? Why? Why would you beat him up? Did I have to pick up the trophy with my mouth closed and hands behind my back? No. Yeah, I don't think Bo can win that. Cancel. What? Oh, wrong box. I'm an idiot. Whoa. Here we go. What's up, Croissant? We do not know what. Black Flash, a person? Or is that a JJK reference? Okay. Jump him. I'm sure that's for later. Man, it is a good thing I don't do this for a living. Yeah, bite him back. That is valid advice. You should do that. That won't backfire at all. Promise. Overpowered? Dang. Clay? That's not a legal profession. I don't think you're allowed to just pick that career. I think you get in trouble. Okay. Need to pull some cards. Got to fill this out again. Come on. Bo is a very how to put it. Hey Annie, how's it going? I was trying to play Phasmo earlier. I figured, you know, I'll just do some quick solo stuff. See if anyone wants to join, right? Halloween event. It's very difficult. Losing in Apex. Yeah, I was losing in Phasmo. Relatable. I've only played Apex like twice and I was really bad at it, so. Have I considered making my rig a pair of giant booms with googly eyes? I think that'd be funny. But I don't think that would, like, work. One of us has to win. Well, now I'm winning in the card game simulator. It's really hard to lose, but I'm winning. One of these days when I'm feeling up to it, I'll try Counter-Strike again. That'll be fun. Oh, I did make a Telenym, I think is what yeah, that's what it's called. I have one of those for people who want to ask questions without putting their name on it. So that's out there. It's on my Blue Sky if you wanna find the link. Right. I might play Counter-Strike 2 again at some point. Maybe. It's a possibility. It's an option, right? I used to be really good at Counter-Strike, but they changed the game with 2. He is crying. Well, you know. Not every game gets completed, you know? I was also thinking of playing Bannerlord. Mount and Blade 2, Bannerlord. They had that as an actual assistant. I assume you're referring to the boobs with googly eyes on them. She was just boobs in a little leather outfit who would bring you coffee by tucking it in her what? That's crazy. Oh yes, for my Twitch friends, ad break starts in 15 seconds. I'm sorry. The worst news I could possibly give you. Yeah, I might try CS2. I think that would be fun. Even if only to watch me get my face smashed in by an op every round or something. Man, why couldn't I pull that earlier while Say was here? That would have been good enough. Good enough, for Say. You're hurted. Are you bleeding? Who was asking if hickeys were a real thing the other day? Was that Klee? Was Klee asking about that? You're not bleeding? Ah, then you're probably okay. Hey, $82 for a crab. Man, last time I went to the restaurant, it wasn't that expensive. This is crazy. Oh, great! I can read what Ben said, and that'll be a good little message to fill the ad time for Twitch. I've come to bring you to justice, villain. No! It's exactly what you deserve. No, I just ordered ice. Just ice. Oh, what? Please, go get me a large glass of just ice. Okay. That's a pretty funny one. So you can have boobs with googly eyes on them, but I can't have balls with googly eyes. SMH. Yes, you did ask. Okay, yeah, so hickeys are definitely real. I wanted to make sure you heard that answer. I don't recall if I gave you a straight answer on that. Real thing can happen. I've done thorough research on the subject. Ooh, 3s rather than 2s, right? Ah, 2 frost. Oh, I get it. 2 frost, 3s. Haha. Okay, you would have to date first. That is the first step. You have to date someone. Well, I mean, I guess technically you don't have to, but like practically speaking, that's how you start the process for most people, most of the time. Having okay luck with these cards. That's pretty nice. They cost enough. Better be good. $10, nice. 30, another Flurry. Hold on. I gotta... Let me find something real quick. I own a Ganon for home defense, just as the founding fathers intended. Mount a Ganon at the top of your stairs. Perfect. Do you know why that is? Yeah, tried getting a dog. What? You mean to entice people in? To be like, look at my dog? Or what are you trying to say, Ben? Okay. No luck on these packs lately. Where are my good cards? Hey, there's one. 3s. Again. Shiny. That's what I don't get though. Like, what's the dog for? What's it do, Ben? You want the straightest relationship, but with a man. I'm disappointed to inform you that it's probably not actually that different. I mean, the tendencies might be slightly different, but like... Yes, that's... yeah. The triangular bayonets thing is true. That's why they do it. That is exactly why they existed. It's also why we got rid of that. So we were like, you know, maybe that's a bit much. Just a tad. Here we go. You know, you're right, Klee. I have not experienced gay men. Actually not going to sell that one. That one's going in the glass case. But I mean, I'm pretty sure if I opened up Tinder and tried to find an actual date there, would I like to? Not really. I'm pretty sure if I opened up Tinder, it would be much the same. As far as like people not wanting to like date or anything, just wanting to, you know, not date, let's call it. Specifically and explicitly not date. Many of my friends have tried to find dates there. Never worked out. I'm sure it happens occasionally, but like... I kind of wish it would just default to market price. Or even like rounded market price, so I didn't have to mess with it. I would just do that and not care. That sounds harsh, Clee. Now they're just used to boost self-esteem with numbers. How many matches can I get? Yeah. The worst reality is that you just get 0, which... I tried to find a date using Tinder way back when. And, like, literally just couldn't even get that much. But, you know, if you're not in a major city, it's kind of like... probably not going to work out anyway on that end for such an app, which I was not. Oh, free meals? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what dating is for some people, right? Don't worry, Clee, the cat will be fine. I mean, I've known guys who are able to do that too, but you have to be like... you have to be a real pretty boy to get away with it. Whereas, yeah, guys are kind of... I'll be honest, self-destructively not caring about those types of things. Small town dating is... well, it depends. Did you grow up in that small town and date a bunch of the women already? Because... back in my day, our Twitter was actual flocks of birds. Like the town I grew up in, I had already dated most of the girls that I would have been interested in by the time I was done with high school. Which wasn't actually that many, but you know, ones I would actually be interested in dating. And then all the other ones that would have maybe even been worth talking to, as far as like romance goes, they were gone for college. It's a small town. Why would they stick around? You know, if they're good looking or smart or anything like that, they're out of there. Yeah, if you're a really particular kind of attractive, you can get away with it. Yep. But most other guys can't. Time to do part 2? Huh? You just want a man to buy you everything and do everything you ask? Into the second cousin pool? No. My family is not from that town. So. That's not even like a thing. There are families from my town that were could do that, could make that choice, but not mine. Ben was voted most likely to eat the homeless in high school. Epic. Oh, second round of dating them? Most of them that I had dated, I didn't want to date again. And the one that I did try dating again kept cheating on me. Maybe they've matured or gotten into hard drugs. Maybe. I mean, I don't live there now, so it's kind of irrelevant. Now I'm in a different small town, but now I have no way of socializing with them. Like, with the locals, really, unless I just go out and go to bars. Because I'm in one of those areas where, like, the only thing to do is basically day drink. Or drink at night if you're, you know, only one bottle of wine a day. Yeah, just some light alcoholism on their end. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that. But yeah, now it's like, I don't know anybody here, so like, where am I gonna go and do stuff to socialize that isn't either wildly expensive, which I don't even think there is anything quite like that, or it's a bar, and I don't drink. You know, not that I literally don't drink. I'll drink a beer, but I don't get drunk. I don't do those things. Gotta have confidence. That's the thing though. Where am I going? Okay, I'm going to the bar. I'm not drinking. I look like a weirdo. I guarantee you, I go to a bar, I don't drink, but I hit on the women and I like sip water. Someone's gonna call me something. They're gonna assume I'm doing something. Not cool. Don't want to deal with it. And there's nowhere else really to go. I looked around. I was trying to find like an airsoft or a paintball place. All we have is like farm fields. You're a weirdo. Embrace that. Okay, there's a difference between like being weird and getting your ass beat weird. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to not get beat up by the locals. I would warn against just grabbing a random cat, please. Don't go to the park. I don't know. There's just nothing to do here. Drunk is for the safety of your own home, and the VTubers you keep as torture dolls. Excuse me, what? Huh? Yeah, go to the park? Yeah, probably not. See, if I had a dog, I could go to the park with my dog, and that would work great. You know, you have the excuse to be there, excuse to, you know, strike up a conversation, all that shit. I cannot have a dog where I live, so, and I'm horribly allergic to cats, so I just can't have pets, basically. I think the only thing you're allowed to have is a cat or like a fish or something like that. How do you date people outside the internet? I don't know. That's the trouble. That's actually the trouble. I've just kind of given up. I say all this not to complain, to be very clear. I'm not complaining. I know full well that like if I really, really, really wanted to, I could go crazy and put in tons of effort to try and make it happen. But man, it's a whole lot of effort for places that like either I don't want to be actively, like I really don't want to go, or I'm just really not that interested in. Like all the things that I would be interested in, you know, they exist. I'd love to do airsoft or paintball, you know, at like a field that has, you know, structure and you can like join a big match or something to make friends and stuff. I would love to do all that. You know, I love arcades. If I lived near a city that had an arcade, you know, a good one that I enjoyed, I would go do that, and then I could socialize that way. I've got none of that here. You know, there's no, I think there's one anime con like over an hour away, and I already missed it for this year. I just, there was no way I could take off for it, and that's it. Otherwise it's like you have a few tabletop shops, and again they're like over an hour from here. We're like I think we have a Warhammer shop. Yeah, we don't even have a barcade. I mean, technically there is a barcade, but it's over an hour away, and it's a shitty one. Kicked off the airsoft team after you brought in a lore-accurate Flammenwerfer. Yeah. Yeah, that will get you kicked off the team, huh? Kind of a breach of rules. Yeah, I really like round one. They're really fun. It's just the closest one to me sucks anyway, so it's like, why even go? And all the other arcades are like, they're not even close. On the upside, I mean, I keep myself busy. Like that's a good chunk of why I started VTubing, was like, I need something to do with my time. I was kind of going a little stir crazy. It's like, there's nothing around here I want to do. I was looking, trying to find something that even vaguely interested me, and I couldn't find jack. And I was like, yeah, and I also like want to do more than this job I'm doing. So between all of that, I ended up here with all y'all. Which I would say that went pretty good. East Coast, yeah. And yes, the eye tracking is through a Tobii eye tracker device. So it better be good. I'll be upset if it isn't. My debut stream, I didn't really have one per se. I mean, I had an original stream, but just to be bullied by a wolf. But that's true. I have been bullied quite a lot. But you know, my friends do the same thing. I would say currently, maybe the last week or two is when I've been the most comfortable. So they're probably the best streams I've done. You know, my first one, my debut per se, probably wasn't that good. So just a fair warning. I'm not saying don't watch it, but I am saying, you know, temper your expectations. Yeah, I'm glad I'm here too. I've had a lot of fun. You guys are all pretty great. And making friends as an adult now is very difficult, I'm finding. Outside of like gaming or something. Actually, my job makes it even worse because, you know, I might make friends with someone at work and then they're gone within a year. Not all the time, not every time, but we do a lot of relocating. I mean, I had to move to this job, and it makes that obvious. So we moved to job sites, and people move around. For over a month. It's definitely been over a month. Yeah, it's like I make a work friend, and there's a pretty good chance they'll be gone next year. Like, it just sucks. I feel so ashamed of myself when she said I gotta take one of these. I assumed she was about to shoplift, says Ben. Who? What? It's not nice to assume that people are shoplifting. I mean, probably wouldn't be a first if I'm being honest. Someone stole a card or something, but yeah, no, Ben is 100% being for real. Life sucks, eat ass. I don't think those two go together, but sure. Life does suck sometimes. But you know, it's just another challenge. You know, life's all about overcoming challenges and stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself. For shame. Do better. Yeah, I think Clay's onto something there. Yeah, I mean, I'm working on it. Like, I have a work friend. Unfortunately, he's leaving. I don't know when exactly, but sometime soon-ish, whenever they figure out exactly where he's going. So it's like, spent a long time making friends with one of the guys at work, and now you're leaving. Not that I regret it or anything, you know. It's still nice to have friends, but you know, who am I gonna chit chat at work with? The heck? Not fair. Yeah, I mean, that's probably not a good thing to say when you're in a shop. That you know, you should really take this. Just pick him up and put him in your pocket, and he can't leave. No, he really wants to go somewhere else. So that's definitely in his interest. I wouldn't want him to not do what he wants to do, go to the places he wants to. You foresee my future? Oh no. Like, I don't want to be here either, to be clear. Like, I want to move. So, I don't blame him by any stretch. But it's just like, yeah, that kind of sucks. Fall in love with a coworker. Yeah, I'm not. At least none of the guys. I can assure you that. We don't have many women in our workplace. I will be very blunt about that. That is just a fact. Okay, so we need some yellow. And some of the purple boxes. These. Let's pick up one of those. Okay. I want to say out of the, like, I don't know, 30 some odd people that are working in my, let's call it a department. It's not quite what it is, but you know, you get the gist. I think 3 or 4 were women. Making fun of me for being interested in women. Okay. Oh, okay. I see how it is. I see how it has been. I understand. Whatever, it's fine. Maybe 2 more of these. Yeah, just throw them wherever. Flip that sign around and get started. Okay, this guy's, he's gonna stink. Another stinker. Oh, okay, I got him. The sprayer got him. $46. Say Gex is superior. I mean, that's an opinion to hold. That's pretty Giga Brain, Ben, that they outlawed straight people after they realized it leads to abortion. That's like, you're so many steps ahead. That's the most redneck thing ever. You're right. You're right, Clee. Oh, we got Stinky. Oh, there we go. So many smelly gamers. Okay, maybe I just bring this bad boy right here. Or maybe I can... I can't move it, I don't think, while they're... Oh, I can just tell them to get out. Epic. Okay, now can I fit this? Nope. Okay, oh well. Makes the shop bigger. $9. Holocaust strength air freshener? What? Can't just say that, Ben. What does that even mean? I think the joke you're going for is hurricane or something. Got a pillow with your name on it. What are you talking about, Annie? What, huh? What do you mean a pillow? Oh, you're going to bed. That's what that means. Okay. Have a good night. It's confused me for a second. Never heard that one before. Yeah, get unstinky, nerd. What does that even mean, Clee? Spritz, spritz. Would it spray again while he sits down? Yes, it will. Awesome. That was a Vine. Okay. I didn't watch Vine. I know Vine. I know what it is, but... You call me Grandpa? I'm not that old. Chat's calling me old again. I'm not even in my 30s. Not fair. Bible theory? What are you talking about, Ben? Yeah, not even in my 30s, and you called yourself... When did I call myself a boomer? Explicitly. I mean, I probably made a joke, but like, I didn't actually consider myself one. Oh, okay, so Ben's headcanon is that God just wants all the bacon for himself. Okay. I mean... Yeah. That makes sense to me. You get a little bit of that. One of those wouldn't hurt. Looks like stock's okay over here. It could be better on some things, but that's okay. Usually. You're God? I mean, yeah, it must be. Ben says the first sin wasn't eating the apple, it was eating the Applewood slow smoked honey ham they made with the branches. Oh my goodness. Ben, I don't think that's how the story went. I'm fairly certain. Oh no, that's a lot of people. You would love to pretend like random things are cigarettes. Okay. I mean, that's like a kid thing to do, isn't it? You know, you get the candy cigarettes or whatever. You know, the whole like one time you find them in your entire childhood because they don't really exist anymore. I always felt ripped off as a kid because I could never find those, but I kept seeing them in like TV shows and stuff. Like they were always referenced, like in cartoons and whatnot. But they just you couldn't get them. They weren't real. Like they went out of production like 20 years ago or something. I just want my sugar sticks, damn it. Where are they? I only found them once and it was in a claw game. Lord knows how old those things were. What was I thinking about? I was gonna buy something. Oh, we're out of plushies. Talking about back in my day. Well, the joke is that, like, it wasn't actually back in my day. That wasn't a thing. It was on TV. At least I'm not talking about Saturday morning cartoons, just cartoons in general. My dad still talks about Saturday morning cartoons. I'm just like, wow. Well, you're old. Now you guys are calling me old just for saying in the cartoons that I watched growing up. You kids don't even know what a Toonami is. What the heck? Actually, do you guys know what Toonami is? I'm sure Ben knows what Toonami is. That's what I'm saying, X-Max. Imagine not knowing about Toonami. Yeah, but you could watch them anytime. They weren't just Saturday morning. Yeah, my dad would talk about it like that was the only time to watch cartoons. That's what makes it the old person thing. Rather than like all week, you know, usually like prime time-ish, you know, on Cartoon Network. As opposed to just Saturday morning when the whole family, all the kids anyway, would gather around and watch because God forbid you miss a second. So then they strapped the knife onto the back of the squirrel and, huh? It was like an event every Saturday morning. Yeah, rather than just like whenever. I remember Boomerang coming on at like 4 a.m. or something like that. That was crazy. There's probably people who were alive during that time, didn't know that Boomerang was ever on Cartoon Network. And just because it was at such a weird time. But I saw a little bit of it here and there. Because I had horrible sleeping patterns as a child. One day I'll actually like watch Naruto. I remember seeing that on Toonami. I followed it for a while, but Sonic XD. I mean, I don't know if it was Sonic XD, but my nephew was watching some kind of Sonic thing on Netflix, I want to say, not too long ago, and it actually wasn't bad. It's pretty good, pretty good show, yeah, for a kids show. I can't remember what exactly he was like really big into. I think it was Power Rangers most recently, and like, I mean, yeah, fair. I need to wait for these guys. Oh, Sonic doing the XD emote. Okay. I liked Inuyasha too. I really do want to watch Inuyasha at some point. XD Ubu. Eggs D is my favorite version of that, with egg instead of X, but you know. Super Robot Hyper Monkey Team Go. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I might know about it and just not know the name. But yeah, no, I loved Inuyasha as a kid. I didn't understand it, but I watched it when I, you know, was awake for it. And I did like it. I have to watch it, like actually watch it now as an adult. Your brain dusted off a memory. That's a lot of filler. Yeah, no, that's true for sure. I remember there being a whole lot of nothing happening, but that's okay. Like I would watch this like a comfy show, you know, something where it's like, yeah, I kind of get the gist, and it's just a, what do you call that, nostalgic thing for me. So the first episode of Power Rangers when it came out, that's crazy. Ben is from the age of the dinosaurs over here. Y'all were calling me old. Just need to move things out of the way. There we go. Actually, can I get this closer to the wall? There we go. Samurai Jack was best show on Toonami. I want to agree with you, but I didn't actually watch it. I'll be blunt. I did not watch all of Samurai Jack. It was dope what I did see of it, but I don't remember seeing most of it. I think it came on before I was usually home. I think it came on before I was usually home and or in bed. One of the two. Because, you know, when I was very young, the PC was not in my bedroom. What a sin that was. A sin against me, that is. What a transgression. So, yeah, when I went to bed is when that stuff would come on. So if it was after my bedtime, I definitely saw it. But if it was prior, yeah, probably didn't watch it. Okay, now I can use this back wall for these flat shelves. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, neither is mine, to be honest. I think I've told this before, but I got beat up as a kid in like 4th grade pretty bad. And now I just don't remember things from like prior to 4th grade. Yeah, and my middle school was just awful, so I choose not to remember most of that. What else can I do now? Most people don't remember most of what happened in grade school. That's true. It's just like I only have a handful of memories, which from what I've understood, so most people have at least a couple of like notable things that happened. I have like 3. 2 of them being injuries. So I don't think that's quite normal. And then I have like vague recollections of things. And my memory now is also not very good. So I attribute that to all the injuries I've suffered. The other injury was just a straight up accident. Yeah, the older you get, the less you remember. That is also true. I've just always, everyone's always told me, like, you just don't remember things, dude. I'm like, yeah, I guess not. If other people are telling me, I assume it's notable. Or maybe other people just lie about it more. It might be Misery. Hi. I'm trying to... I've watched a lot of people. I'm trying to remember your design. And I think I remember it. That was when Queen was doing a bunch of raids, right? Or like... I guess it was a raid, technically, right? I want to say that was it. Yes, welcome to my stream. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember either. I can't remember clearly. But I do recall you were playing... Now I can't remember the game either. Now I feel old. Oh, I might have just done that too. Yeah, I've done that quite a lot. Think big, get cash, make them blink fast. What? Yeah, I've been trying to follow more people. I want more people to raid into when I'm done with stream. I am occasionally blessed with having more than myself watching my Twitch stream. So I like to raid when I can. And having nobody I'm following did not help me do that. So I was like, all right, I need people. And I've gotten lucky, at least on Blue Sky, with having a lot of people to engage with. So yeah, you're one of my victims. Thanks for being a victim to me. Make my choices easier. 5 to 10 Eastern, man. I'm usually done by 10 Eastern, but well, I say usually. I'm supposed to be. That's my schedule. That's not actually what happens. But that's the plan. Although if I have a shorter stream, which those will happen on off days, if I have, like I play, what's it called? Nikke, which is a gacha game. Because the union I'm in is very competitive, you could say. So, you know, we pull on the meta characters and stuff. So I might do like a short stream of that this week when the new characters come out. I have a bunch of resources saved up for it. So I might get you then. We'll see. We'll see. I'll get the union people in and they'll be my victims. I'll send them over to you. You guys do force me to stay up late. What am I doing here? What do I want? Green deck packs. No, that's the point though. That's... That and I have to screen everybody that I've checked out, which I have bothered you. I have gone and watched, so I know that you're not like awful. Which the list of people that I can send to right now is kind of short because I have to go through and watch them. Why am I stupid? Here we go. I mean, I'd feel bad if I sent people over to someone and they were like a jerk, you know, or rude to them. And I could have just like checked in you know, watched for a little while, poked them. Yeah, there's only so much you can do, of course. So, you know, I wouldn't get too worried about it. They were AFK. Oh, no. Well, you know, at least you tried. That's the important thing. Fit there? Not quite. Okay, so another morality question from Ben. You need more labor. Do you use robots, golems, enslaved children, or the souls of the damned? That's a tough question, Ben. That's a tough one. I'm gonna go with robots. That's my preference. And I can speak for the robots, of course, you know, as a cyborg. They enjoy doing the labor. They enjoy helping. So like, you're not really like forcing them to do anything. So it's okay. All right, I guess I'm just gonna leave this here. Just trying to find something. That's a good question. Well, okay, so robots are like, you know, a piece of technology, whereas a golem is more magical in essence, where you just kind of have a lump of something, usually clay or, you know, rock, that you've infused with life, sort of, so that it can move and do things. I'm not sure about the logistics of their golems and like how that works. So I'm kind of in the middle. And yeah, Clee, I can say that I only follow the first one, people I find entertaining. Does it count against you if you designed them to feel pain? Yeah, I think so. I think that does count against you, Ben. I don't think you're supposed to do that. In fact, I think that's kind of cruel. Why would you do that? Okay, stock looks okay. You can just dump this out here. Clee, I think you just want hot men, period. I think that's what you're getting at here. Okay, so golem eat magic, robot eats electricity, children eat food, damned eat children. Yeah, I'm gonna go with either golems or robots. I think that's a safe pick. That is true. Pain can be a useful function, but I'm assuming from... I know Ben well enough at this point, I think, to know that it's not just a normal amount of pain. I'm assuming it's not just regular pain. I'm assuming this is cruelty. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. And we don't program the next generation of robots to feel pain. What about the fear of death? Those are two different things. That's existential thought, Ben. Pain has nothing to do with death. I mean, they're related, but you don't need pain to be afraid of death. If you didn't have pain, you'd still be afraid of dying. In fact, you'd probably be very scared because you don't know if you're in pain. Like, you don't know if you're hurt. So that's like kind of a big deal. Thank Thank you, Klee, again. So Mr. Hart, before I say this, I should explain. One of the first games I played was Peggle. And you may be aware of that game, and if you're not, there are common jokes about, I think the simplest version of it is someone posts a picture. It's a meme that goes around. It's just the Peggle main mascot with very basic text that just says, "The Peggle fandom is dying, repost if you love pegging." So you can imagine where this joke is going. Okay, so Ben asks, do I need to make the Roomba afraid for its little life or not? I don't know, man. Depends. It's all a range. But yeah, so Peggle was like the first big game I played. By big, I mean like anyone watched. So the jokes were just never ending about pegging, quote unquote. Does it? Let me slide that down a little. Thank you, Clay. Right, so yeah, so pegging was the joke of the day, and that has just stuck with me since. And there was a joke at one point, I think it was when you hit the pegging fever, is what they, or Peggle fever, I think it's called in the actual game, but the joke, of course, was pegging fever. Haha. Oh no, we got Stinky over here. 1 second, let me handle this stinker. Okay. That's okay, Clee. I would like you to tell me these things. He's on a pegging frenzy. I've never seen that many pegs disappear like that. Exactly. Yeah, they call it Peggle fever. Yeah, so pegging fever, haha. And then when you actually get the ball in the hole during the pegging fever, it like erupts with, you know, fireworks and sparks. Very celebratory. So, you know, the joke is explode while pegging. Yeah, so anyway, Clee came up with this thing of remember, like and subscribe, follow, share, or you will never explode from pegging. As a interaction reminder. It's a pretty good in-joke, but I have to explain it pretty often to make sure no one's like, what did I walk into? And no, I'm assuming... Wait, is this Bo or Bo's boyfriend? I don't know. Either way, I'm not surprised. Yes, Clee does say it every time. Not Bo. Okay. I kind of figured with the way it was said. I believe it. Have you tried Peglin? You know, it's really funny you say that. Because every time from now, since I've played Peggle, that we've said we're doing a pegging stream, it's Peglin. So yes, I quite enjoy Peglin. It's fun. A bit more challenging too, you know, it's got a lot more going on. I mean, if it wasn't so late, now that we're on the topic, I'd probably consider, you know, going and pegging, but... Yeah, I had one run, I think it's on my YouTube channel, assuming I ever posted it. I'm really bad about posting stuff on YouTube, but if it's there, I did have one run with Highway Orbury, which was disgusting. I mean, you could just let him fall. That'd be kind of funny, assuming he won't get hurt. You know, it's a fun game, Miser. I strongly recommend it. It's not that hard either. I'm bad at it, and I'm up to what do they call it? You can like replay it, basically, with more challenges. And I think I'm on like 5 or 6. Haven't gotten around to, yeah, I mean, that happens all the time. That's the curse of streaming, I swear. I didn't have problems like that until I started streaming. Now it's like, oh, gotta play the game on my list. Oh, but the flavor of the month is out. I gotta, you know, it does look fun. Maybe I should do that. And it's like, it's basically already over at that point. Oh, you had this prior? Yeah. Clay loves being pegged. That's great. Good to hear, Clay. Yeah, I'll admit I have had games where it's like, yeah, I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Someone yesterday had asked about I think it was Klee. Yeah, it was Klee. Asked if hickeys were like a real thing, or if that was just like a movie trope. And that got Bo onto the topic. I don't know. Oh, yeah. What do you mean, Ben? My customers in this game? No, they haven't. This is not an anime shop. And I'm not a woman. I don't think. I don't have a body. I am not real. Oh, he was just saying he had been bitten and abused. And by abused, I mean quote unquote beaten up, which I assume means, you know, something playful. Because he tends to exaggerate a little bit. Where's that stinker? Come here, Smelly. There you go. Alright, have a good night, Miser. Holler if you ever play Peglin. If it's not on a day that I'm streaming, I will come watch you peg. That sounds fun to me. Thanks. All right. Have a good night. Instead of the usual downward pressure involved, blood ruptures upwards from lack of pressure. Yeah, that's how that works. Are we doing the book of questions? I don't know, are we? Are we gonna do that back by popular demand? Is that what's happening? Once I close up the shop, we can do that for a little bit. I don't have too long for it. I have work tomorrow, but I am working remote, so it's kind of in the middle of the road on that. Here comes Stinky yet again. You caught all the fishes in normal rarity. That's quite a few fishies. Is that the horribly depressing thing? What do you mean, Ben? The Book of Questions is just a book of questions. It can be depressing, but it can also be funny. I'm just horribly depressing. That's me. I did that. I made you sad. Let's be clear. Me and my stories did it. Come here, Stinky. Just to be clear, don't do that IRL. Don't spray people with things. That's considered assault. Because you can very easily kill someone like that. I'm just horribly depressed. Relatable. Well, was anyway. Spend all his points. I mean, feel free. Wait, what do you mean, wait, Klee? Egg. Of course you picked that. Ben says, I once had a dream where Bob Barker was cutting chihuahuas in mayonnaise and attempting to... Oh. You like how it just summons? It does. It doesn't fall or anything. I didn't set that up. That would be work. I mean, this music is definitely a lot better than what the game has usually. So I'm at least happy with that. I turned it down a little bit more because some of the tracks are a little louder than others. Lady smells her and hates the smell, so she pulls out her perfume and sprays the lady walking by. Lady walking by said, "Did you just spray me?" The lady who sprayed says, yeah. Cleanser's a little expensive. He said, I'd rather stink. Bro, just take a shower. It's not that hard. Ugh. The Squirrel Maze series. I think I might be familiar with that one. Bo snores like a kitten. Okay. That's information I will use against him. Thank you. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday and you stank. Yep. There was Squirrel Maze, Squirrel Bank Heist, and Squirrel Olympics. I think I've seen at least one of those. Alright, if I end day now, do I get paid from all those people? I do. They get kicked out, basically. Okay, cool. So we'll save here. And call it. Remember, the shop is called Tabletops. Okay. Let me tweak some things. Change a setting or two. Okay. Your cat girls have discovered the STC to make las guns. Oh no. All right, let's go to just chatting. Wow, Croissant actually redeemed a lot of head pads. I didn't notice that. Well, I should thank him next time. All right, what else was I needing to do? So we're on just chatting. Okay, update that. We'll get the jacket back on for the more casual stuff. Catboy Emperor. Of course. We are in. We're getting there. We're not quite in. I wouldn't say we're in. Oh god. What's happening? Okay, there we go. I have it bookmarked, so I have to like get it out, more or less. Okay. We'll skip to the other half of the list here and see what's up. Well, Clee, just remember to share the stream around, share the links, the content. If you want Catboy made version of me, that's how you get it. It's all about Twitch subscribers. That's what we're aiming at. It's 50 total. Includes Prime, so if you got Prime, you know, you can go do that. Okay, let's see. You just want a Catboy in general. I see. Understandable. Okay, here's a to me anyway, a bit of a softball. How close and warm is your family? There's two questions here. I'll start with the first one. Overall, I would say pretty close and warm, especially my immediate family. Some of my extended family we don't really talk to, but even then, you know, for extended family, I would say we're pretty close. We talk a lot. Not super duper warm, but I feel like that would be a little weird. You know, if your family knew everything. But we're pretty affectionate, you know. If my parents call, we end the call with saying, love you, talk to you soon type of stuff. Not the like, okay, bye. You know, we do care. No and no. Oh, damn. Well, at least the answers are easy. Back and forth, yeah. The giant kitty's full-sized litter box. Sometimes warm, sometimes cold. I feel like that's the case for a fair number of people. But, yeah, I'd say I'm fortunate to have a very warm family. We all, you know, actually care about each other. With my brother, it's a bit colder than with everybody else, but I think that's just getting used to him being part of the family again. He struggled with quite a few things for years. That basically meant he wasn't the brother we grew up with, so that was difficult. But that's warming back up. Yeah, it's getting back to normal. And the second half is, do you feel your childhood was happier than most other people's? No. If anything, I would say it was probably not happier than most other people's. Specifically not. Due to said issues with my brother. You know, things were not great at home during my childhood. Not to get into that in detail, but, you know, that's tough. Yeah. And Clee, hard being queer with unacceptable parents. Yeah. I would also see that for sure. But yeah, screaming, holes in walls, things like that. Not great. Also got foreclosed on, lost her house. That was cool. Kind of worked out in the end, but not a good thing to go through as a kid. I wouldn't say it was that much worse than most people's, though. I mean, some people are really fortunate. They have like a really warm family. Nothing really goes wrong. They get a very comfy upbringing. But I feel like I learned a lot through all that. It kind of pushed me really hard. Almost to a point that would have been irrecoverable. But didn't actually push me that far. So through that difficult time, I learned quite a lot about myself, and I was forced to deal with some very heavy issues, very difficult topics, things that you don't usually think about at that age. Technically wasn't an amazing childhood, but the mental war in your mind. Yeah, I mean, like I said, no one's childhood is usually actually that great. You know, unless unless you're really coddled, very fortunate in a lot of ways, and you just are super fortunate. Otherwise, most people go through something. And I feel like you kind of should go through something. You know, the old joke being, you know, it builds character. I mean, it kind of does. If you never face adversity, you're not going to really grow as a person. You just don't want it to be so much that it's overwhelming. You know, if it's one major issue as a teenager that you have to go through, that's probably about right. That's like typical. And any more than that, it starts to get excessive and can end poorly, let's say. So I wouldn't say mine was better. Probably just a tad worse, only because of like the actual violence that was going on at home. That wasn't great. It's probably a good chunk of why I don't like to sleep at night. I have some paranoia instilled in me. If I could be a night owl and just stay up all night, I would love to do that. So I say, if I could turn this into a career, man, would I? If I could just stream, that'd be great. So yeah, I think that's a pretty common question that people know. What's good, Borg boy? We're doing the book of questions again. Yeah, you showed up near the end. How's it going? As usual, the answers for me are mildly depressing because they refer to my childhood. We were just an emotional abuse family. I mean, that's not much better, Ben, but yeah. I mean, my parents were always good to me. You know, it was just my brother having issues. You can't have a mental war in your mind when you sleep. Yeah, that's true. That's true. See, I didn't like to sleep because during the day was when the bad things happened. At night, things were usually okay. So I wanted to stay up to not have to deal with that and to have fun. And then sleep through whatever BS was happening during the day. Not that like worked per se, but you know. Then I just had awful sleep problems. But anyway. Next question. Does the fact that you have never done something before increase or decrease its appeal to you? I suppose that depends. If it's something risky, no, it does not increase the appeal. If anything, it decreases it because I don't know that I can do it safely. But if it's just something experiential, something to do, you know, a little fun activity, then yes, that does make it more appealing. That makes it exciting and new. It's just the anxiety gets me relating to other things. Huh? Oh, the question was, does the fact that you have never done something before increase or decrease its appeal to you? So the question is basically, do you want to do things more because you haven't done them, or like what? You know? So say, you know, if you've never skydived, does the fact that you haven't make you want to do it? Yeah, there's a great rephrasing of it. Do you like doing new things just because they're new? And yeah, I'm with Tiefling on skydiving. I could never. I would not jump out of a plane. Not out of a perfectly good plane. Not by any stretch. You'd have to give me a very good reason. Depends on what it is. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. If it's not a very risky thing to do, yeah, I could do that. You know, trying a new food. Yeah, being new makes that exciting. Trying skydiving, no thank you. Too much risk for me. I don't like that. I'd rather not, you know, just jump out of a plane. I'm good. So it depends. But largely, no, that is not, that alone isn't enough to make me want to do something. Skydiving is for the mildly suicidal, literally throwing your life away. Yeah, I kind of feel that way. Or like, you must be like an adrenaline junkie or something to want to do it constantly. Unless there's really good money in it for some reason. Maybe as an instructor there is, but okay, here's another one. Would you like to have your rate of physical aging slowed by a factor of 30, so as to give you a life expectancy of about 2,000 years? I mean, yeah, why not? You can always opt out, right? You can't opt in. Can't make life longer. Can't force that to happen. But you can always exit soon. You know, if you get to 1,500 years old and you say, I'm not really feeling it, you know, you can find your own way out. You know, or just take a riskier job until something happens, right? Like, why not? Unless you specifically don't like the idea of, you know, having to opt out, then I can kind of get that. But what's the catch? I mean, you just spend a longer time in each section of your lifespan. So, like, you just age really slowly, like exceptionally slowly. So, you know, at a certain point you might just want to be like, yeah, I'm out of here, you know what I mean? But you know, relatively speaking, your 30 would last, I don't know, would be like 900 years old. You'd be 30, roughly 30 times 30, right? Yeah. So yeah, you'd take a very long time to age, essentially. So you'd get a very long life. And a good chunk of that, just as it is, you know, under current lifespans, a majority of that is where you can like go and do things and have fun. And you don't even get to eat people. I mean, that's unrelated to the question. But yeah, I would go for that for sure. I think the only catch is just that you're the only one. So you would have to accept that like you're going to live a really long time and other people won't. So that's kind of unfortunate. But if you're okay with being alone, usually this comes with a cool curse. Yeah, none here. I think that would be the downside, really, is just outliving all the people you care about. But I mean, that just sounds like opportunities to meet more people, care about more people, you know, have more relationships, you know, a fuller life, more experience. I like it. You know, and as stated, you can always exit. It's always, you know, you're not cursed to live that long. You have the option. More time to get pegged. Klee's got the right mindset. Yeah, pegging. Here we go. Hell yeah. More time for pegging. Fuck you. Love it. Since adolescence, in what 3-year period do you feel you experienced the most personal growth and change? Oh, let's see. That's quite the question. I want to say probably the last 3 years, because I graduated college. I would have to go a little bit, not quite from literally today, but roughly the last 3 years or so. So that was when we lost my grandmother, which was, you know, the mourning process and all of that was really big for me. Adolescence is since adolescence. So basically since you were a child. So think teenager years and up. So 13 and up, I would say, is probably a good range. But Yes, so last 3 years roughly, losing my grandmother and all the mourning and discussion and everything that went around with that. I think I learned a lot about myself and about my family and things like that. That, along with going back to college and graduating, getting my first, like corporate job, moving, a lot happened. More than happened for a 3-year period in most of my life, so. Ben peaked in middle school. Oop. Yeah, so the last 3 years or so. Lots of stuff happened. Like, first time I got on a plane, that was huge for me. Very anxiety inducing. That was stressful. 10 to 13. Figuring out that you were gay. Yeah, that I could see that. That's a pretty big change in your life. I think you'll probably run into a more important time frame in your life at some point, but not yet. Yeah, got through the rough part of it. Let's see, what else is there? Next question. This is a quick one. If you were having difficulty on an important test and could safely cheat by looking at someone else's paper, would you do so? My answer is no. But when did I discover... Oh, but when did my milkshake start bringing all the boys to the yard, and when did I discover that it was better than Clee's? Very recently. Yes, so... Would you cheat on a test? No. Because... Here's my self-confidence speaking. I don't think that if I'm having trouble, that glancing at the person next to me is going to help me. I'm assuming safely cheat means not get caught. Not that the person next to me is going to have the right answer. I would have taken that test pretty seriously. If I'm having trouble, everyone else is screwed. Unless I'm in a room of geniuses. Which, I mean, I could be, but realistically, I'm not. So my experience in college tells me that if I'm having trouble, everybody's having trouble. So it's not going to help me anyway. If anything, it'll probably get me confused more than anything. So I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to sabotage myself. Maybe I'm a little full of myself on this one, but, I've been through it. I've been through college. Take their answer and compare it to... That's the thing, though. You don't have all the context for why they chose that answer. And when you're talking about an important test, a very difficult one, I assume, you can come to answers a lot of different ways, so who's to say? If I'm having trouble, I would just slow down. There's nothing saying like, more specifics about the test, but I would just do my best, because I've found many times where I thought, someone else would know something better than me, say in physics, right? And I score better than they did. I don't know. I don't know why that happens. I'm definitely not the smartest person in the room. They're definitely smarter than me, but they would, I'd talk to them after class or something, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I just didn't study. Well, yeah, okay, that'll do it. So it depends. Cheating often doesn't pay off if you put in your effort in the first place. Now, if I hadn't studied at all, if this was a pop test, maybe. And in Ben's RimWorld run, he just had a biblically accurate angel land. Excellent. So when are we deploying the Ava units? What else? Right. So that was a quick one. Could you cheat? If you could cheat, would you? Usually not. Now, I'm not saying like if you know that you're not going to do well, that you shouldn't cheat. I mean, That depends on what the test is, you know. If it's the last important test for graduating college for something that has nothing to do with the topic in question, like let's say it's French and you're an engineer and you're not planning on speaking French anytime soon, you know, it's kind of whatever. Oh, Ben put it in prison. The biblically accurate angel is in prison because it fell face first into the earth. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I would say, you know, there's some cheating where it's like, yeah, whatever. And then there's other cheating where it's like, yeah, you know, don't do that. If it's your major in college or something, and you got to cheat to get through the final, and it's not because the professor is wildly unfair or something, but it's just because you didn't put in the effort, then you just shouldn't get the degree. That's how that works. You know, it depends. Let's see, what else is there? Oh, this is a funny one. Okay. Well, this will be the last one. So, you know, rev up those answers. If you were at a friend's house for Thanksgiving dinner and you found a dead cockroach in your salad, what would you do? You just found a dead cockroach, a whole cockroach in your salad at Thanksgiving at a friend's place. What do you do? How do you respond to that information? You got your salad bowl in hand. You're about to scoop up a big old hunk. And when you look down at it, the first thing you see is a big old dead cockroach. These things are big, by the way. Cockroaches ain't tiny. So you got a big old dead bug in your salad. What you doing? You screaming? You yelling? You hollering? Yeah, that's my first one, Ben. Why do I have salad? Anyway, moving on after that part. You know, just, you know, there's a cockroach in your food. Clee would make a joke about wanting it to be a cock rather than a roach, then freak out and run and go cry in the corner. God. Hold on. I have a meme that I think applies here. I have to see if it's on my phone. I can't really show it. I have to see if I think it's on my phone. Hold on. I'll find it. One second. This one's great. It's not the image I wanted. Yep. The heck? Okay, one second. It won't be too much longer, I swear. I'm getting the actual image so that you guys can see it directly. So, here we go. Time to take my rooster out. Your friends all hate bugs too. It's dead. You can just throw it out. Just put it in the trash. Answering the question seriously, I'd probably either like freak out a little and be like, ah, because, you know, jump scare, bug, and you know, be like that, or alternatively, if I can contain myself, I would just go throw it out. I drag my friend with me and throw it out and just inform them that, yeah, there was a cockroach in my fucking food, dude. What's wrong with you? What did you do? Let them know that there's a problem. Because people definitely shouldn't eat that then. You know, if there was a cockroach in the salad, they should probably get rid of it. But yeah. Buh. Anyway. Yeah, that felt relevant to what Cleve was saying. Why you whipping it out? I don't know. Cleve reminded me of that meme. Something about a cockroach in a salad, and Cleve saying, I actually just wanted cock in my salad, or something like that. Yeah. Yes, anyway. I think that about does it for the questions. I do have to go to bed at some point. It is well past 11 now. Now, if I'm whipping anything out, it's this. Tumblr has roosters out. I bet. I mean, you can find roosters anyway. He's got a gun. Put the gun down. I said put the gun down. Drops the gun. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Sorry, I was just summarizing how police act. Yeah. No, I have a gun. It is, I don't know if I'm allowed to say what kind of gun it's supposed to be. I guess I can. It's supposed to be a Canic. They have a race gun for a handgun, and I got to shoot it once. It was luxurious for a handgun. I really quite liked it. I want to get one. But for now, the closest I can do is imagining one. Did you, Clee? I don't think I got a chance to look super closely at it. I only got one of them, I think, screenshotted. No, I actually asked my artist to match the paint style and everything to the Canic in question. So now it's like, now I have to buy it. Now I have to get it. But it's like $1,000. It's not a cheap gun. I did not know that when I fell in love with it. How unfortunate. So now I'll have to, like, I don't know, get into pistol shooting competitions or something to justify the expense. That'll just raise the cost, but you know. Maybe I will look up that meme. Uh-oh, guess I have to get this gun. Yeah. I guess it's just mandatory now. I purchased a model with that gun. Now I have to own it. I already have the vest. The only thing I don't have for the vest is, I mean, you can't really get a vest like this, is the window in the chest piece to the steel. Because for one, you don't just have exposed steel like that. That's a terrible idea. But second, like, who puts a window in their carrier? That's weird. It's the American way. Yeah. It really is. The window actually in the chest piece here is for stickers and, well, not really, I guess technically stickers, but it's supposed to be magnets. That's something I will eventually get put on it is, you know, well, some meme will come up and there'll be a visual for it. And I can add it to the model and just stick it to the chest. And it's like having a magnet on the steel. I did that for my Clear Sky run, actually. When I played Stalker Clear Sky, I had a little Clear Sky patch slapped on my vest. So it's like a A high-tech patch. Something that definitely did not need to be high-teched. Yeah, I got a magnetic chest. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I do have a plate carrier with plates and everything. I got that for free. I don't know if you were here for that story, Tiefling. But, it's pretty cool, I guess. I mean, I don't really need the plates for anything, really. That's a bit much, but the carrier's at least cool. I'll probably use it if I ever get to do airsoft or something. Yeah, long story short, I knew a guy who wanted to start a security company, like not like a PMC, but just like regular old security. And one of the first things he got was vests, just in case, you know, so we could have them in the security room in case we needed to wear them, let's say, in an event. But part of that, you know, would be that, you know, he had to actually find us work, and that didn't happen. So that never really got anywhere, but we did get the vests. He got money from someone to get them. I don't know the details, but none of us, of like 5 guys that tried to help out with it, ever actually got paid for this, and he kind of disappeared. Now, that wouldn't mean you get the vests normally, right? Okay, but he had me holding on to them, all the gear, and I held on to him for like 2 years. I was waiting to see like if he wanted them or what. But no, he was just gone. So after a while, I was like, I guess they're ours now. I don't know what to do with them. I don't want all of these, and I don't want to not pay the guys who helped out. I don't want them to get nothing. So I reached out to them and was like, hey, do you want your vest? And all of them said yes. So I just gave them their vests. But that meant I kept mine, and I still had a spare. So I gave that one to my dad because he just thought it was cool. And, you know, it's free, so why not? You know, it can never hurt. Armor can never hurt you. How do you start a security company? You get a bunch of guys together who are all smart enough, at a minimum, to know how to defuse a situation. And that's how you start an actual security company. And then as far as actual security work goes, it depends on what you're doing. If you're just, you know, doing security for a convention, you're just there. You just exist there. You know where the exits are, and you know how to escort people out. You know how to tell people where to go. You know, you're basically just staff, right? You're not doing anything exciting. It's pretty boring, largely. But, you know, you're the person that, you are the people, I should say, who will keep an eye out for, say, creepers, you know, creepy dudes. We started this because we were working a convention and we helped with security. So he was like, you know, we could do this for like a job. And one of the big things is spotting people who are doing creepy stuff, breaking the rules. Not like criminals. Well, I mean, they might be criminal. It depends on what they're doing. But usually the creepy dudes who are like not doing okay things. And a lot of that job is not like calling the cops per se, but just being there. You know, just by showing up, having a big security logo on and being attached to the event in those situations is enough to make those types of people, you know, go away. Because they're like, oh. You know, and if they don't go away, we've had a few instances like that where like some old dudes would be watching in a creepy way the girls in cosplay, you know, do whatever thing they're doing, you know, just hanging out usually. And our security people would be, you know, nearby, and they'd be hearing the things these guys say. They're not okay. They're really not okay. It's screwed up stuff. And then, you know, the security guys would just slowly move closer to the guys and just keep going and encroaching on their space. Until they eventually were just like, oh, they hear us. And then they kind of flee. They scatter like rats. We did have one guy we had to report to the police. I don't know what exactly happened, because obviously, like, if there is anything, the cops aren't going to tell us. Like, it's not how they operate, obviously. But we had a guy who had his camera held consistently and after warnings well below his waist. And we think he might have been taking pictures. And he definitely took pictures of people without their consent. We do know that happened. And after following him around for a while and seeing that he was not complying with the rules, and he was maybe snapping pictures, we couldn't tell. That was kind of the point of doing that, you know? And that's why we have that rule that it stays above your waist. And you only take pictures that are consensual. He didn't care for either of those rules, so eventually we told the hotel security, because they're like, you know, we're security, quote unquote. You know, we help find kids that get lost. We help people get around. We don't have the legal background. You have to do like classes and stuff to be able to apprehend somebody physically. We can't touch them unless they're trying to touch someone else. Then it's different. Then you're just defending someone. But we can't, like, you know, take him to the office and lock him in there. We can't do that. The hotel we were at, though, the convention venue, they could. So we told them, and they had much bigger guys, because they had like a what to call it, like a proper club as part of the venue. So they had some like bouncers. They had big guys, really big guys. And the two of them just came in. We pointed out the guy. They went over to him and said, "You're coming with us." And he just kind of looked scared at them and went. All that we know, and this is what the hotel people told us, was that his camera, after review from the police, was wiped. He was trespassed and told to never come back. So he was banned. You know, in the first place, he was probably going to get banned, depending on what they said. Yeah, they were big guys. They were probably like 6'5" minimum. And they were built. Like, these guys they were lifting regularly. And a lot. They were a little intimidating. But, you know, they were on our side, so, you know, not scary to me, but, like, I wouldn't mess with them. So that made everybody feel a little bit better. Seeing that, you know, the one time we had a problem like that, the dude got, like, carried away by some very large, intimidating guys who were going to make sure it was resolved. Send them your way. Clee, please. Yeah, no, there's lots of gross things that happen at cons. We had one problem where, how can I say this in an acceptable way? Our attendees, because of the actions of a couple, were no longer allowed to use the water park. That's as far as I'll go on that one. They were no longer allowed. So, you know. And we don't blame the staff for making that decision. We said, okay, we'll tell them. Tell them next time you behave. Or else. Yeah, that was not cool. No, it was much worse than that, Tiefling. It was quite a few steps ahead of that. Yeah. I think the only thing that made it a little better was that it was not in the big pool. It was in a hot tub, so cleaning was less severe. Like the cost to thoroughly clean that. So, you know, I don't think we were on the hook for that money, but it was kind of a big deal. Kind of not cool. Yeah, one of our security guys, this was the guy who tried to start the company. He's also a big guy, but not like he's not like built big. He's just like physically large, both width and height. Like that's just his frame. He wasn't like a lifter or anything. He's just a really big dude. He was outside having a smoke one night, and apparently these two guys were gonna have like a knife fight in the parking lot over a girl. And he was, just out there having a walk. Because we usually stay up pretty late to patrol around and make sure random crazy things aren't happening. Because they do. And yeah, he came upon these two guys and he was just like, you're both going to drop those right now. Because they were tiny compared to him. It would have been nothing for him to just grab them by the head and be like, no. So he intimidated them thoroughly, and they just dropped their little blades and ran off. That was pretty funny. Well, you got to think, the kinds of guys that'll do that, they're not going to be bigger guys, because bigger guys, I tend to find at least, like taller, wider males in general, usually don't go to fighting. At least from my own experiences with other dudes. It's usually the guys who are on the smaller, skinnier side who will tend more towards the violence because they feel like they have to or something. I don't get why. And that's not like a rule by any stretch, but it's just like by tendency. I've seen it more with smaller dudes. People having a knife fight over you is hot. No. The problem, Klee, is no one wins a knife fight. I'm not kidding. Nobody wins a knife fight. You both die. That's usually how that ends. So that's not hot. That's just tragic. So yeah, he got in the way of that. That was neat. But yeah, all sorts of crazy things happened. One night, I should say, we were going up to a different room because there were a fair number of staff there, so we all had different rooms. We were going up to one because that's where the drinks were, and out in the hallway, we run into a guy who we know he's from the con. One of our guys had seen him around, and he strikes up a conversation with him, like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" Because the guy looked confused, like he didn't know where he was or something. And he was confused for a very good reason. He had just come out to go to the club that was in the hotel, but he hadn't actually gotten there. Because when he went up to the door, they told him, you can't enter. And he was like, oh, but why? And they go, oh, it's because of your hat. Your hat has lights on it. It flashes. We don't allow that. So he was like, oh, okay. Let me go back to my room and drop off my hat. Okay, cool. Sure. That all sounds fine, right? And as he was on his way back to his room, some lady came out of the club with drink in hand, went over to the guy, started calling out to him and all these things, was accusing him of having drugged her friend, which I don't know, maybe her friend got drugged. I don't know. I don't know what happened, right? I don't know what happened in the club, but she handed this guy a drink and he was just like, what do I do with this? Because like, obviously that's suspicious. And that's how we found him, just standing there holding this drink like, huh, what, where, huh? And he explained to us that story. And we were like, okay, let's go ask the bouncer, the guy at the door. Hey, did this guy ever go into the club? Or did you just turn him away? And he goes, yeah, no, he wouldn't be allowed in with that hat. And we were like, okay, thank you. So it's like, well, obviously he was not in there to get a drink, so the drink must have come from someone else. We were just like, what you should do, like we had to walk him through it because he was lost, was, okay, you call the police, you tell them what just happened, you wait right here, and you either throw out the drink or you set it aside and make sure no one touches it. Probably just throw it out because it might be spiked. You don't know. It's not worth it. But just make sure you don't get accused of something you didn't do. Someone else might have done something, and then the police should also be involved in that. But make sure that you're not the one blamed for something you literally couldn't have done. So, you know, have them come out now and talk to the bouncer here who knows you weren't in there before he's off shift or something. So yeah, issues like that are like the peak of what you're going to deal with in security for events and stuff. Unless you're going up to armed security or, you know, long-term security where they want you to, you know, be able to do the more physical stuff as needed. And that's kind of what we were shooting for, was like the, you know, mall cop type security, I think is what you could call it. Where you're just there to help out. You know, make people feel safe, feel better, that sort of thing. You want to drink this, man? What do you mean? But yeah, stuff like that. I have plenty of stories from the cons I worked. Those are fun. If you ever get an opportunity to work at a convention, I do suggest taking it. Just make sure you know what your sleeping arrangements are before you go. Because sometimes that's a problem. Definitely an experience. Anyway, it is late. I must go. So, thank you all for coming. Oh yes, ad break in 5 minutes. Good thing we'll be done before then. Oh yeah, my stories? Yeah, I can just talk. I'm a yapper. What can I say? But yeah, have a good night, everybody. I hope you have a great week. I might be back tomorrow. No promises on that, though. It depends. I have to check. Tiefling might know, actually. When exactly the new units are coming out for Nikke. Is that tomorrow with the update, or is the actual, like, event a little bit later? How's that working? Yeah, a degree in yapology. Think tomorrow? Okay. If they're good, we're going to do a streaming of all the polls that I do for them. If we don't know for sure, it might just be pushed off to Friday, and we'll see. But yeah, that will cover it. That is everything for tonight. I have overstayed my welcome by quite a bit. I should go to bed. So have a good night. See y'all then, whenever I am back. And actually, oh, I only have Tiefling. Okay, I won't bother to raid since I only have one person. That would just be silly. I'll just tell you who to go bother, if I have anyone. I showed you Yoshi, right, Tiefling? Go bother him. Tell him I sent you. All right.